What would make a high school seminary teacher for the LDS Church or the Mormon Church resign his calling, finish his teaching on a Friday, and come on Mormon Stories podcast on a Monday? Hello, everyone, and welcome to Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is August 4th, I believe, 2025, and today we're interviewing Riley Davis. Hey, Riley.
Good to be here, John. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you literally, your last day working for the CES, for the Church Education System as a high school seminary teacher was a couple days ago. It was Friday.
Absolutely. Yeah, I cleared out my office and left my keys, and I've got one day in between my last job and my new job tomorrow.
And you decided to use Mormon Stories as the way to fill that one day off.
Yep.
So obviously we're going to be talking about what it's like to be a CES teacher or a high school seminary teacher or a religious educator for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints or Mormon Church in 2025. But we're also, I think, going to be talking about the faith journey, to what extent are historical or doctrinal or cultural or bureaucratic issues affecting Latter-day Saints or Mormons these days, and also how those things might or might not spill over for church educators and for church employees. So this is going to be, I'm guessing, shorter but still long form classical Mormon Stories interview, carrying on the tradition of interviewing former CES teachers. So we've interviewed Grant Palmer.
Yep.
We've interviewed Mark Osland. We've interviewed Laura Schnell.
Dave
Bokovoy. You probably know the church educators better than me.
Well, not as many on here because not going to lie, Mormon Stories isn't something we're really allowed to watch. So it's only been recently that I've started to see those. But Dave Bokovoy is one of my heroes. So I definitely loved those episodes. Yeah.
So we'll make sure to include those in the show notes because this is not the first and likely won't be the last long form interview. And we always have certain types of interviews that are almost guaranteed yeses, and they're going to be people working for the church inside or recently working in the church inside who can give us an insider's view of what's going on in the church. Church educators, high-level leaders in the church like bishops, relief society presidents, stake presidents, mission presidents, and higher. They're always going to be welcome on Mormon Stories, as well as we're always going to do regular stories, people on the street, et cetera, et cetera. So really quickly, before we jump in, Mormon Stories podcast depends on the donations of viewers and listeners like you. We don't do product placement or sponsorships. We minimize the ads that we run on Spotify and YouTube. And the only way that we're able to financially get by is if people become donors, and we lose donors every month. So if you value this content and want to see it continue, then we just ask you to please become a monthly donor at mormonstories.org. $10 a month, $50 a month, $100 a month, whatever you can afford. That'll keep us going. Thanks to all of you who already are. We probably got 1,500 of you out of the hundreds of thousands who watch, who are actually monthly donors. Thanks to you who make all this possible. We really appreciate it. It's also super helpful. We're trying to get to 300,000 YouTube subscribers, and we always value Spotify subscribers and Apple Podcast subscribers as well. So please subscribe wherever you listen to or view this episode. And we always appreciate thumbs up, comments, likes, sharing the links. All that makes this possible. So hopefully that was quick enough. We're only 4 minutes in. Riley Davis, where does your Mormon story begin?
Well, I grew up in a very Mormon community out in Syracuse, Utah.
Tell our viewers and listeners outside of Utah where that is.
So just northern Davis County, about half hour north of Salt Lake here. And my dad grew up just a few minutes from here, actually. But I grew up in Syracuse. I remember on the ward maps that they used to print out in those old days where you had all the different houses and stuff like that, there were only 2 or 3 blank houses. Like, we knew who everyone was. Pretty much everyone remembers the church out
in your
there.
Subdivision.
Yep. Okay. And so I grew up out there.
Were your parents raised in the church, temple married, all that stuff?
Yeah. So like I said, my dad was just from right out here in Salt Lake, and he is one of 6 kids. I'm one of 6 kids. He's of pioneer stock, going all the way back to the Nauvoo days. I mean, as much as you can trust family histories, I'm a little more skeptical now, but like, according to his family history, Joseph Smith stopped on his way to Carthage and bore testimony that Mormonism is true and stick with it, for in it is eternal life. So he comes from a very devout Mormon family. My mom's family, when she was younger, she didn't grow up a member of the church. So she grew up in Montana, Kalispell, Montana, and her family, it was actually not in Montana, I think it was Wyoming, but they found the missionaries, converted, and from the get-go were very, very faithful after that conversion. Within a few weeks, my grandma went from new convert to Relief Society president, and they've just been faithful ever since. So I've got it coming from both sides, but one goes a lot further back.
And when you say, in terms of siblings, where are you in the birth order?
Yeah, so I'm the oldest of 6.
Okay.
It's a very just big patterned Mormon family, boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl, every 2 years. All of our names end in EY, so it all goes in line there, but.
Okay, so we've often asked people kind of to what extent they had the traditional Mormon upbringing. We don't necessarily have to dig into that today. Let me just ask you, to what extent did you have a traditional Mormon upbringing?
Very, and I feel like the church pressures and stuff really came into my life through my dad's leadership positions. So my dad, ever since I was young, probably 8, he was in the bishopric, then high council, then bishop, and then got called into the stake presidency. So you think 5 years for bishop and 8 years for stake presidency, that's like, it's the majority of my
half
childhood.
Your life, right?
Yeah.
More.
Well, half my life now even, but speaking of my young self, like, I never didn't have a dad who was involved in high demand leadership callings, and that it really caused a lot of strain for me. Just the pressure of having your dad be the bishop. I looked up to him just so much and didn't feel like I could ever let him down, let alone confess. Right. And so you end up just harboring things, and it's just not a healthy mental space for an 11, 12-year-old to be in.
So the age window where your dad was your Mormon bishop was kind of what age?
Early teens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's the worst time.
Yeah. No, and the thing is, like, you just can't. You've got these doctrines saying, well, confess and forsake. That's how you know that a man has repented of his sins. Mm-hmm. But you've got this 13-year-old kid who's like, no, I can't. My dad's perfect. He's the bishop. It would change how he looked at me and all these things. And eventually, like, for a 12-year-old to be going through in their mind and saying, yeah, I would rather be separated from my family for time and all eternity than have to go confess to my dad. And just saying, like, rationalizing, oh, I'll just live a really good life here. And then it's just mind-boggling that we make these kids go through these mental, it's rough.
And those who follow Mormon stories will know that, even though there's hundreds and hundreds of possible sins, when we're talking about 12, 13-year-old Mormon boys, there's only one or two sins that we're talking about, right?
No, absolutely.
It's the church really emphasizes don't look at pornography and don't masturbate. Was that your experience that was talked about a lot growing up?
It was huge. And the thing is, I was so scared of pornography. I would never let myself really, and besides, it was before smartphones, so it was a little easier to stay away from pornography and stuff. But when it comes to masturbation, just the idea that this 11-year-old, this 12-year-old kid is next to a murderer, because that's the gravity.
Were you taught that?
Yeah. And the thing is, my parents, there have been a few times where I've voiced things to them and they're like, no, that's not what we taught you, but it's what the church teaches us.
For those who have never heard this before, what specific scriptural passage or passages or general authority quotes gave you that impression that masturbation was close to murder?
I mean, the idea that, well, it's Alma talking to his son, Corianton,
so this
right?
is the Book of Mormon.
So
right?
Alma 39 or something like that.
Yeah.
But just talking about how sexual sin, which Corianton had been guilty of, is the most grievous of all sins, second only to the shedding of innocent blood.
Right.
And then you second that with people saying, okay, well, now you've crucified Christ afresh. And that takes it to even like a new level, because then you're not just, oh, you're second to murder, but you're like crucifying Christ afresh. You're murdering the most perfect person.
Where does that come from? So let me just talk this through. So Christ lived 2,000 years ago. He suffered in Gethsemane for all our sins, died on the cross. Where in the world does anyone get the idea that to sin now is like him getting re-crucified? Where does that come from?
There's a New Testament passage that talks about crucifying Christ afresh. And I don't know if it was Elder Holland or who it was in our Mormon leadership that has brought that in. Maybe it was Elder Holland's Souls, Symbols, and Sacraments, that classic kind of scare tactic away from sexual.
I was at the BYU Marriott Center
No way.
when he and Patricia gave that talk.
Really?
Yeah, I was there.
Well, yeah, I mean, for years on my shelf in my office as a seminary teacher, they made it into a nice book that was sold at Deseret Book, and it sat up on my shelf. And yeah, there's just I just don't I don't know if we understand when we're the typical TBM, True Blue Mormon, like just going through it. I don't know if we take a second to stop and understand how potentially harmful these things are, especially for the youth. Just being a kid and feeling those things, like we've got this beautiful doctrine of families can be together forever, but the emphasis is on the can. I was just like,
meaning cannot.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So they can be together forever, but the default is not being together forever.
Right.
And unless you're in the highest tier of the highest degree of the kingdoms of glory, you're not going to have that celestial family.
Yeah.
And so as a teen, just feeling like, holy cow, I've messed up, I've sinned, sexual sin is second to murder, all those things. It was a really depressing place, and it led to a lot of depression on my part, and even to self-injury and thoughts of suicide. And so I just can't underscore enough how important it is that we talk to our kids about those things, and that we let them know that yeah, the church may portray this, and we don't like to see him as a harsh God. And my mom will say, well, that's not the God I taught you, but any God that's going to rip your family away from you if you don't live up to this standard, in my mind, is like that, you know?
So just to check in about your like childhood, pre-adolescence, was your Mormon upbringing before the law of chastity stuff and puberty come into play? Would you say your Mormon upbringing was what?
Yeah, it was just typical, normal,
fun?
Good. Yeah,
like happy,
yeah. It was.
healthy?
I really think until those dynamics, I never had a reason to feel like I was going to hell.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
I had a great childhood, and my parents are phenomenal. They honestly are some of the most loving and kind people I've ever met. So it was all very.
So it's like it's like coming into adolescence,
you just
learning
get
about the
hit.
law of chastity, about repentance. It sounds like it's like a psychological train wreck.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, and the whole time I've just been very involved in leadership in the church my whole life. Like
Deacon's Quorum?
Yeah, Deacon's Quorum president, Teachers Quorum president, not elders, but Priest Quorum first assistant, and eventually once my dad was released from the bishopric, I was able to confess to my next bishop. And it felt weird, like I'm his first assistant and I'm supposed to be setting an example for the quorum
So
and all this stuff.
Or 17
yeah, 17, I think. And so
that's like 5 years of lying. I mean, I'm not accusing you of lying, but like,
no, please. And it get
it was 5 years of lying.
Yeah, it gets to be just those mental gymnastics and saying, oh, but I think I have been forgiven. Right. You know, because you hear about the Alma the Younger stories and all these stories in the scriptures, and these people didn't go confess to an ecclesiastical leader. And you're like, okay, well, if I have that experience, then I'm good.
If Alma in the Book of Mormon can feel, I mean, Jesus hadn't even been born yet.
No.
Right. So if Alma can, without a bishop, receive forgiveness for his sins, then maybe a 12, 13, 15-year-old Utah boy from Syracuse can also not have to tell his dad that he's doing this sin next to murder and receive forgiveness.
Or Omni or all these other people or Paul, like you've got all these examples. So there was a lot of like really heartfelt, like, no, I'm going to go to the temple, and if I feel good, if I feel like peace, then I'll know God has forgiven me. You know?
And that's justification why?
Because you need to feel like,
according to Mormon doctrine,
you're not allowed to go into the temple if you don't live up to the temple recommend. And so you're trying to balance this of like understanding, okay, where am I at with God? But in Mormonism, it feels like the only window into where you're at with God is via your priesthood leaders, which actually led to some just almost like an obsession, not in a weird way, but I felt compelled to confess from that moment when I finally, after, like you said, 5 years of struggling with this, feeling like I'm not going to have my eternal family, of just dealing with this on my own and feeling so weighed down. When I finally did confess to that next bishop, the feeling was so overwhelming and so peaceful and so good that I was like, I need to always feel like this. So it actually becomes this compulsion of, I got to the point, like I always tried to live the law of chastity in my dating life and all those things, but the smallest thing I would feel like I would have to go and tell to the bishop just because he was the window into how God feels about me.
Yeah.
If I talk to the bishop and he says, you're good, you can go to the temple, I know if I were to die right then that I would have my eternal family.
Yeah. So you've heard the term scrupulosity?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't been officially diagnosed or anything, but I've done a lot of looking into it, and I think it would definitely apply to me in my life, and especially, and I think it probably was developed in that time period where I was just feeling so trapped, so alone, feeling like I couldn't tell anyone what was going on.
Yeah. So for those who are new to Mormon stories, we've covered scrupulosity quite a bit. It's what I did my master's thesis on back in 2009 and 2010. I helped develop a treatment for scrupulosity. Scrupulosity is religious obsessive compulsive disorder. But instead of washing your hands compulsively or hoarding compulsively or, turning light switches on and off compulsively or whatever it is, it's, manifested in things like praying compulsively, ruminating compulsively about your religious worthiness, or hyper confessing to your ecclesiastical leader. If you've heard, if you know someone who experiences these types of things, or if you do, or if you remember being that way, Google religious scrupulosity and you can learn a lot.
There's a lot out there.
Yeah.
Thankfully. And I feel like the conversation is turning, and we're starting to see even church leaders kind of caring about the mental space of these youth and stuff. But I just remember as a member of the bishopric going with the brand new deacons in our ward who now are like 11. So this is like tiny. And I remember just looking at them and thinking like, are you worried about the things that I was worried about when I was here?
Yeah.
Like, are you in your head saying, I'm not worthy to be here. I remember going in and saying like, well, I'll go in, and when they confirm me, if they lay their hands on my head and actually confirm me rather than saying, wait, something's not right here.
It's like your hands shake.
Yeah.
Oh, he must not be worthy.
Exactly. And so when brother so-and-so laid his hands on my head and confirmed me, I left saying, oh my gosh,
I must be worthy.
Thank heavens I'm worthy, you know? And just these kids, they're not developed, and what we teach them matters.
Yeah.
Their minds are going at 1,000 miles an hour trying to backflip over all of these religious dogmas that are really harmful.
Funny story. Someone close to me was was sitting on his mission, and a general authority came to visit the mission and shook hands with all the missionaries. You probably know where this is going. And he's thinking, oh my gosh,
He'll
when
know.
the general authority shakes my hand. What do you think he's thinking?
As soon as he touches my hand, he'll know that I'm unworthy. He'll ask to see me after.
You know the thinking.
But they just go down the line. They're just people.
When the general authority didn't stop and call him in, he actually lost his faith, or it was a major blow to his faith, because he thought, well, if he doesn't have the gift of discernment, then I know I'm unworthy. So maybe things that don't add up anyway.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, because just you live in this kind of mythical world growing up where, I mean, obviously angels show up and give people golden plates or direct them to golden plates. And you live in this world of miracles and all that stuff. So obviously it would apply to you. And so you start reading into things like that.
And the crazy thing is, and we've covered this a million times on Mormon Stories, but pretty much everyone's masturbating, including the bishops and the stake presidents and the mission presidents. And so like it's totally manufactured. It's completely ubiquitous statistically. And yet everybody's stressed out or guilty or lying or shaming. It's a weird setup.
And it's weird with masturbation specifically, because I feel like in the church, we can't even say that word.
Right.
Yeah. And so pornography, I had it drilled into me, just like pornography. If you were to struggle with that, you're the lowest of the low. It's awful. You're terrible. And so I was able to stay away from that. But with masturbation, they kind of say, well, don't do anything that would bring feelings, arouse those feelings in yourself. And you're like, it's because no one ever talks about it. It just lives in the shadows, and people like, this is literally to the point where people hurt themselves. And when people choose to take their lives. And so I just,
okay, wait. So like, that's my impression, is that just like we've talked about, like a gay or lesbian Mormon, sometimes feeling suicidal over the conflict between their sexuality. Are you saying you're aware of this dynamic of prohibiting masturbation or pornography, or intense shame or guilt around masturbation or pornography can lead to things as serious as self-harm, suicidal ideation, or even suicide attempts?
Yes, in the sense that it was there for me. I never attempted, but I absolutely felt so ashamed. I mean, we have this narrative too. Why was the flood all right? Why was it okay for God to wipe out all those people? And the answer that I got told is, well, they would have kept sinning. And it would have been even better for that. It would have been better for them to die and have the sinning cut off than to live throughout their whole lives and keep sinning. And so as this teen, I'm just like, well, I'm struggling with this. I've tried to stop. I cannot stop this. And would it be better to cut those sins short?
Oh, because if God can kill all the children, during Noah's Ark time, it means that if you're wicked enough, you probably deserve death.
Yeah. And the idea is,
I've never thought of that before.
Well, and just the idea that I remember being told it was merciful for God to kill those people because they would have made it worse for themselves. by staying alive and keeping living throughout their whole lives. And so, or Laban, it's better that one man should perish. Just this idea, the God I believed in was one who was so harsh and so just final, like that, hey, if you're really not going to get your life together, it would probably be better to end it than to keep sinning.
Yeah. Wow. I just, I'm having thoughts I've never had before 20 years into this podcast, but like, yeah, if you know you're not going to be in the celestial kingdom, but currently you're sinning at the terrestrial level in your terrestrial kingdom level in your mind, you might think it's better to die than to keep sinning to put you in the telestial level. Although you're also taught that suicide is a sin.
Yeah, no, it's true. And
but
honestly,
once you're at that low,
yeah, once you're contemplating like methods and stuff like that, it was a super, super low part of my life. And honestly, I feel like the thing that brought me out of that depression and just that shame spiral that I was in was I got a job at a scout camp in the summers, and I feel like I just was good at things, and I started to gain that confidence and to really just say, no, I'm someone like worth something, And so I feel like that kind of helped lift me out of it. And then I really didn't experience depression like that again until I eventually started working for seminary and institutes.
Okay,
so
we'll get there. Okay, wow. We just jumped right in. That's pretty intense. Thanks for being willing to share such hard stuff. I should also add, the church has this weird blood atonement doctrine that came from Brigham Young, where Brigham Young would teach people that sometimes you do people a favor to murder them versus allow them to keep sinning. And that came from Brigham Young. It's called blood atonement. Look it up. It's a thing. So that can get mixed into all this.
If you want a lot of the original documents, MormonR.org, the B.H. Roberts Foundation has their collection on blood atonement. It's the best that I've found when it comes to going back to original primary documents and stuff. So
okay, we'll have Brooklyn add that to the show notes, which you can find at mormonstories.org. Yep. Okay, really quickly, what else were you into in high school besides church leadership as a teen?
I mean, honestly, once I started at that scout camp, I felt like my confidence was boosted. I ran for student body office. I was like the 9th grade vice president, sophomore president, junior president. SBO, I was one of the vice presidents and stuff. So very involved in like school leadership. Every summer, I never really did sports and stuff because every summer I was gone at different scout camps in either Yellowstone, or I worked on Catalina Island at a scout camp out there as well.
What high school did you go to?
Clearfield High.
Okay.
So go Falcons.
Okay. And so what year, just so I can get the chronology in my mind, what year did you graduate from high school?
2010.
Okay, so you're in high school from around 2006 to 2010.
Yep.
Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. When did the church get rid of the Boy Scouts of America?
That was way later. That's like 2017 or 18, somewhere, maybe later.
So one of the funny dynamics historically with Mormon culture prior to the church getting rid of the Boy Scouts of America program is that a really super devout Mormon boy might get his Eagle Scout, which is the highest rank of Boy Scouts, by age 13.
Yeah.
What age were you?
So I had all of my merit badges except for the last 3. There's 3 that take 3 months rather than a few days. And so I had my Eagle Scout project done at 14. So I was ready at 14. Yeah. And then the ironic thing is I got into scout camps and loved scout camps so much I didn't bother to get my Eagle until I was like right before 18.
But you got it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm an Eagle Scout, and my parents were on the ball, just awesome Mormon parents. I was painting the the crosswalks up at the local elementary and doing our Eagle Scout project. And so, so scouting was a big part of my life, and I loved that the church was involved in it. And I was pretty heartbroken when they stepped away too.
So I'm just out of curiosity, the church in 2025 is famous for an epidemic of child abuse within the Boy Scouts, and that's one of the main reasons they got rid of it. Was because there were, I don't know, my understanding is like 80,000 actual claims of child abuse just within the LDS Church in the Boy Scouts of America. Were you aware of any claims or allegations of child abuse?
Absolutely not.
In a Boy Scout context.
No.
Okay, that's good.
So it honestly, later on in my story, those finding out about the church's abuse history was a huge part of my deconstruction.
But while you're going through
I was in there, I never saw or had anything in my quorums. I just had really loving, awesome scout leaders growing up that we had a great time and worked at camps, and it was awesome. So
yeah, that was my experience. I loved my Boy Scouting experiences too, overall. Okay, so student body officer, church callings,
hiking, outdoors, rock climbing.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect. So. Okay. Do you want to talk about dating at all?
Yeah. So, and I guess that'll come full circle later and stuff. But yeah, when it comes to dating, like I said, I always tried to live the church standards, the law of chastity, but as a teenage boy, you struggle, right? And so definitely once I had confessed that first time to my bishop, I had finally confessed. And honestly, I think what brought me in for that confession was I knew that I had more to confess than just the masturbation we had talked about earlier. I felt like things had gone a little bit too far with the girl that I was dating. And so that kind of, whereas it's ambiguous with the lesser issues, right? It was like, no, I absolutely need to go talk to a bishop about this. And so I went and confessed and ended up breaking up with that girl because I knew I wanted to serve a mission, and I didn't want to be near anything that could potentially stop me from serving a mission.
So you did have, and it sounds like it was a pretty positive encounter with your bishop around.
Oh, yeah. No, he's a fantastic guy. And I think the reason I could go is because I just trusted him so much. Like I said, when it comes to bishop roulette and scout leader roulette and even parent roulette, like I've won all of those things. I had a really great experience if you can set aside the psychological stuff that I went through with it.
Really quickly, Utah Mormon culture has this weird group dating kind of thing, and then there are all these high school dances.
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to ever really take the same person. Tell me if this was true for you, like on more than one high school dance throughout your high school career, and then you're always trying to find groups to go with, so you're never like alone with a human.
Yep.
So, and dating ages, do you want to talk about your experience
for
with
sure.
Utah?
Yeah, I mean, the dating ages, it was really strict. I did start kind of seeing someone when I was 15, and I felt like it was so sketchy for me to be seeing someone or to kiss someone, but I remember it being strict enough that in my seminary class, actually, because seminary classes are different in the sense you've got multiple grades all in the same class, 10 through 12.
Oh, right.
And so as I was a freshman, my birthday's pretty late in the year. So I was a 15-year-old freshman for sophomore, my whole 10th grade year. And I remember I sat next to this senior girl in seminary, and I found out later that she had wanted to ask me to the girls' choice dance. And she asked her mom asked my mom, and my mom said no because I wasn't 16 yet. So you couldn't go to the dance until you were 16, even though it was like a month or two away. So yeah, the dating ages, it was very prescribed. 16 is when you can start, and then you got to keep it in group settings and stuff. And that's eventually why I chose to kind of call off that relationship, was because it wasn't the kind of dating we were serious about each other, you know? And so it wasn't the kind of dating that the church really prescribed. And I just knew I had seen, I still remember sitting outside my dad's office when he was the bishop. And I remember talking to a guy who was a priest. I was a deacon. We just got back from collecting fast offerings like we used to do, go door to door, taking people's money. But I remember sitting next to this older boy in the ward, and he was telling me about a scout camp on Catalina Island that he worked at. And it kind of inspired in me, I want to work there someday, which I did. But I still remember he was waiting to go in to meet with my dad as the bishop, and he was there to confess, and he had multiple sexual partners. And as a result, he was forbidden, with the raising the bar, was forbidden from serving a mission. So I just remember as a teen being like, I can't let that be me. I can't go near, I can't have these relationships. I can't really date people seriously or one-on-one, because I've seen what it does. And what it does is, like, he was really earnest and really wanted to serve. And the church just said, no. My dad wanted to let him go as a bishop, but he couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that made you feel what?
Just a lot of like anxiety, a lot of fear, just like, no, gotta call off that relationship. The Spirit's telling me to, compelling me to, because I need to stay pure. I need to stay worthy, because I want to be a missionary.
You have a little story about the Firehose. Do you want to tell that?
It was just a quote that really resonated with me when it comes to these like compulsions. Just the idea that when I first confessed to my bishop, and it just felt so good, so overwhelmingly good, that I was like, I am good with God, you know? And just later on, I heard a quote that really resonated with me. And it's like, if you start a fire and then offer to put it out, that doesn't make you a firefighter. That makes you an arsonist with a hose. And
how so?
I really just feel like the church starts this issue.
If you start the fire.
Yeah. So if the church starts this fire,
if you're willing to put
the
it
guilt,
out,
the shame, all this stuff, and then they're like, go to your bishop. Your bishop will help you put out that fire. That doesn't make them the good guy. That they started the fire, and then they give you the solution, and then it's just this cycle, because
You're saying the church starts the fire.
Oh yeah, exactly.
By making you feel guilty.
Exactly. So the guilt, the shame that the church throws on you, they're like, oh, is your life on fire? Well, we've got a solution. Go confess to your bishop, and it feels good. But the fact that they were responsible for that guilt and that shame, it doesn't. I feel like they're more responsible than they would like to be for those things. So,
and then just, you touched on it a little bit, and we can do, if we want, maybe a safety warning to people that this is a sensitive topic. So take care of yourself and anyone who might be listening or viewing. But we're going to talk about self-harm for just 1 second. You've already mentioned this.
Yeah.
And, but how would it occur to a Mormon teen in Syracuse to self-harm? How would that even happen? And then, how long does that last, and how do you work through that?
Yeah. So I remember in 9th grade just being at like my all-time low, just feeling just unworthy, just awful about myself. Like I really didn't have much to contribute to just life and the world, and feeling like out of my family, I'm the unfaithful one, and they're all so perfect. And so I also remember being really overwhelmed by the pain and suffering of others. I had some friends who were going through in my mind, just so much harder things than I was. Whether it's their families were splitting up or one had been sexually assaulted or all of these. And I just thought, man, these people all around me are suffering so much more than me. And me with all of the blessings I have, great parents, I can't complain about anything, and I still can't get my crap together. And so I was super depressed, and some of a couple of the people who I talked with a lot in high school were super depressed too, and as well had been self-injuring, had been cutting themselves. And so I was just at such a dark place that I was like, I just want to feel anything other than the guilt and the shame and the awfulness that I feel all the time.
So the idea is I'm feeling so much pain that if I cause myself very significant physical pain, that'll distract me or take my mind away from the psychological torment I'm feeling? Yeah.
And just different endorphins and stuff that are released as well. I still remember 10th grade, or not 10th grade, it might have been junior or senior year, but I ended up doing like a 15-page report on non-suicidal self-injury because it just fascinated me why that would be a help or a release.
But it's quite common.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's less common in men, but it's less discussed.
Yeah.
In a male context for whatever reason.
Almost everything's less discussed when it comes to your mental and emotional state. But.
Yeah. So do you have any thoughts on how you were able to work out of that if you were?
I mean,
time or
honestly, it was...
Or was it like you said, the Boy Scouts gave you meaning and purpose?
Yeah, I feel like, and not even the program, because when it comes to the program and merit badges, I could take it or leave it with the Scouts.
The leadership.
But I just worked for some really amazing people, just some incredible people who had a way of taking these youth who worked for them and letting them know, no, you are awesome.
Yeah.
And you're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
And you contribute and you're needed and you can do hard things.
Yeah.
And so I feel like I came away from that like, no, I've got something to share with the world. I still remember them being concerned when I got up there and we went to do our swim check and to go show that we could swim in the freezing glacier-fed lake. I still remember the wife of the camp director being concerned because she saw some cuts on my arm as we were doing the swim check and just wanted to make sure everything was okay. But I really feel like that helped pull me out of it, just feeling purpose and driven. I knew I wanted to be a teacher at that point. I mean, when you're up there teaching sailing or rifle shooting, whatever you're doing, I knew I had a passion for helping that age of youth that I had struggled so much. And so I left there with just a passion and feeling like I had something to contribute to the world.
So maybe if you're trying to get better, it's not by like repenting and praying and going to your bishop, and it's not necessarily even by trying to stop. What you do is you find meaning and purpose and things that make you excited, things that make you feel accomplished or good about yourself. Then there's less distress you're experiencing, and so less of a draw to need to mask or self-medicate that distress away through self-harm.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay.
And the irony is the whole addiction portion of it kind of fades away. Yeah. Like what you're like, no, I can never repent and never be clean of this, right? Yeah. All of a sudden it's a non-issue, right? Because your life is fulfilling and you don't need to, like you said, self-medicate. Yeah. And so, I just found a lot of fulfillment there and it felt like it pulled me out of that depression. And for years, I didn't feel depressed.
Nice. Okay. Beautiful. Anything else you want to say about high school before we go to kind of mission?
No, I think just a lot of time in whether it's my callings or my dad's callings, just those callings take a huge chunk out of the Mormon youth's life. for those who have parents in high demand callings. It happened later, but even after my dad got released from the stake presidency, my mom was called as the Stake Relief Society president, which, other than Relief Society general boards and stuff like that, that's the highest a woman can really get. And so the church just asks for a lot of time.
Yeah. And I'm torn because on the one hand, you know, there are lots of fun or interesting things a kid might do that looking back, they may wish they had been involved with. On the other hand, there are a lot of worse things a teen can be doing than being a Boy Scout camp leader or a priest, you know, bishop's assistant or whatever, or serving on the seminary council. So like I'm torn between thinking, oh, but are people spending their time on things that are true and useful and authentic and intrinsic to their values? Maybe not, but also they're being kept busy and giving opportunities that at least give them some sense of meaning and purpose and identity. And it's hard for me to know whether it's net good or net bad.
Totally.
Do you have a sense for whether it was net good or net bad?
I mean, when it comes to everything I was involved in and stuff, I loved my upbringing, you know, and I really would never say anything bad about it. It was a great way to grow up, but also anything that leads you to contemplate hurting yourself, maybe not that great, you know? And so I don't know what it would have been like without it. And when it comes to like seminary council and stuff, you just reminded me, I actually didn't love most of my seminary teachers.
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah. So I didn't.
Wait a minute. You became a seminary teacher, but you didn't like your seminary teachers?
So I did. I still remember in 9th grade being like, okay, the two career options for me is I could be a seminary teacher or a bodyguard for the church. Because I really wanted to be that faithful Mormon boy. And so I liked my 9th grade teacher, but then I had this window most of high school where I just felt like they were just feeding us just the basics. And I wanted like meat, you know. I was at home reading Mormon doctrine. I was like getting my mom in trouble a little bit when her non-Mormon friends over and they're talking about hot drinks or Coca-Cola. And I'm like, well, actually in Mormon doctrine, you know, Coke products very well could be included in the word of wisdom.
Yeah.
And so I was like going into the signs of the times. I was like going deep. And so then you show up to seminary and it's just this basic kind of fluff. I remember I had one high school teacher that I really liked, and it's because he did go into it a little bit more in depth. But I mean, I was kind of like, I would slough seminary a lot, you know, and there was even one point where we had 8th period seminary and the teacher I wasn't a fan of this teacher, but the teacher had forgot to scan some copies. So we ran out of the classroom to the copy center. And while he was gone, I stood up on a desk and set the clock forward. So the whole class got out. A girl in the class was like, "Brother so-and-so, do you realize what time it is?" And so we said a prayer and we all left like 15 minutes early from seminary. So I was able to tell that to my seminary students later and be like, hey, I get not loving seminary, and I tried to make it more than that. But I always really wanted more.
Yeah. So you weren't sloughing because you didn't care about the gospel.
Oh, no.
You sloughed because it was not challenging and rigorous and exciting enough.
And that's when we used to expect more of our seminary students too. I was required to read all 4 standard works. Whereas today the bar just keeps getting lower and lower and lower.
Yeah. We'll talk about that. Okay. So where was your testimony by the time you're graduating from high school?
Really, really strong. And I actually had a year up at college before I went on my mission to
Where'd you go?
Utah State University. And at that,
Go Aggies.
Heck yeah, I love it. But yeah, so I knew that I wanted to be a teacher, and I had gotten a scholarship where if you taught for 4 years in the state of Utah after, they would pay for 4 years of tuition. So I got my tuition all paid for up at Utah State, had a great first year. I think while I was up at Utah State, there were some times where I kind of wondered where my testimony was at. It was the first time I wasn't like the president of everything, and I kind of got lost in the ward. And so trying to figure out what I thought, what I believed. But by the time my mission call came at 19, I was just all in, you know. I don't know if I would say my whole growing up, I was looking for that light switch experience where you're like, wow, I know. Yeah. And then Elder Bednar has the parallel with, rather than a light switch, with Alma the Younger seeing the light, right? It's one dramatic thing. Yeah. It's more of a sunrise. So I considered mine more of a sunrise in the sense that, you know, this feels true. This feels good. Even the temple, going through the temple, which is super weird and culty, you know, but going through the temple that first time, I just looked around at all these people I trusted and loved and was like, well, it's got to be okay, because I love and trust all these people and they're okay with it, you know, so.
Totally. Okay, so let's see, what year did you go on your mission?
So yeah, I graduated in 2010, year up at college, and then I served from June of 2011 to June of 2013.
So you missed by a few years the lowering of the mission age.
Yeah, I actually was on my mission when President Monson announced it.
Okay.
So everyone was super excited, and that huge influx of missionaries was going to come in.
Yeah.
But I was winding down my mission when that was announced.
Okay. So it was Hinckley before Monson.
Yeah.
So you would have been a missionary while Hinckley was still alive. Is that right?
No, he died when I was in high school.
Okay.
Monson was the prophet who signed my little card, my little authorization to preach.
Yeah.
That we kept in the back of our white handbook.
Okay. Really quickly. So sometimes ex-Mormons or, you know, really doubting, questioning Mormons, once they really get into learning about church history and podcasts and CES letter, you know, they're always like, oh, the church is going down, you know, like there's an epidemic of people leaving. And they kind of think that because now they've learned about the CES letter or Mormon Stories or Radio Free Mormon or whatever, that like it's a church-wide epidemic. But like I just dropped off some people close to me to the MTC today, you know, in August of 2025. And, you know, they were like leaders and missionaries all along the way where I was rolling down my window and talking to them, and nobody recognized me. Nobody had any idea who I was, which might blow the mind, you know, and I've been doing Mormon Stories podcast 20 years. My excommunication was tweeted in the New York Times. You know, I've been on Hulu and, you know, like Good Morning America and Nightline and just MTV and a gazillion TV shows talking about Mormonism. And most Mormons have never heard of me or anything I do or CES letter or any of the other things. So like, how is that possible that, well, can you talk about what exposure did you have to the Mormon or ex-Mormon or liberal Mormon internet prior to 2013, we'll say?
Oh, prior to 2013, virtually nothing.
Isn't that wild? Because
crazy.
You would have gotten a mobile phone at some point, right?
Yeah. No, I had a phone in 9th, 10th grade.
And you had access to the internet?
And I guess smartphones, I came home from people had smartphones in high school, but not everyone. People still had the Razor flip phones and stuff like that.
So you were a little early for smartphones in high school.
Yeah, when I came home from my mission, I was blown away because everyone was just looking at their smartphones all the time. It almost happened while I was gone.
Got it.
But John, you're off limits to faithful Mormons. Like, honestly.
Mormon Stories is.
Oh, yeah.
Or anything like it.
Or anything like unto it, right? You know?
But did you even hear that they existed? Like CES letter or any of that?
I knew they were there, but they're all lumped into this group of anti-Mormon stuff, anti-Mormon literature, and even podcasts and anti-Mormon podcasts and stuff. Honestly, for me, it wasn't until I was a CES teacher and a seminary teacher where I'm like, no, I need to be informed about the issues because students are coming to me with these things. It wasn't until then that I was exposed to really most. When it comes to tricky church history topics, I dove right into those. Polygamy and race and priesthood, those things. That was probably just after, it was after mission.
Okay.
But yeah, as kind of a college student, you know, I really dove into those. But it wasn't until, honestly, you going on Rick Bennett's Gospel Tangents was, and he does he does a fantastic job, and it's still safe, you know, in the Mormon sphere. And so that, and then also I really look up to Dan McClellan, your interviews with Dan McClellan. It wasn't until those, I'm honestly just barely starting to really listen to Mormon stories and stuff because it seemed so off limits.
And just to be clear, I don't ask any of that to be self-referential. I'm always blown away by the power and the impenetrability of the Mormon bubble. And so I'm just saying 2011, 12, 13, the internet's going crazy. This is Ordained Women time. This is the Gospel Topics Essays. Kate Kelly, Mormon Stories, CES Letter, Gospel Topics Essays. And I just want to be clear, you've heard of none of that through your mission.
If anything, like the Kate Kelly stuff, if anything, it's like, oh, that's so sad. That's so sad that these women chose to go against women and men because there were supporters from both sides. But it's so sad that they would choose to go against the prophetic leadership. You know, so it's very insular, and we'll talk about it later. But in our seminary classes, we're kind of taught to narrow their scope, like divinely appointed sources. They drill that into them. They can only look at divinely appointed sources, which I had such a hard time with.
Okay. So your mission, what's worth mentioning about your mission in your story? You get called to where?
Buenos Aires West mission. So I thought it's the best mission in the world, right? And my mission president is kind of a typical finance bro, you know, like he was like the CFO of DirecTV or something. We used to, in Argentina, you don't really knock doors, you clap at the gate, you know, and then they call you forward. So every time we'd be like clapping doors, which wasn't often because we usually found tons of people just as we walked around. But whenever we stopped at a house and we saw they had a DirecTV dish, we're like, President Carter's already been here. We can get in this house, right? And so, so he was just very business oriented. We actually went into the MTC. I was his group that was in the MTC when he was in the MTC. So he got to Argentina a little bit before us, but we were all there for the June like big general authority thing where they had like 6 of the 12 on the stand, and Elder Bednar spoke and really hammered home you've got to be a pure vessel kind of thing, you know, like you've got to be able to get out of the way of the Spirit and let it work through you. And if you're not clean, then you can't do that, which led to more confessing in the MTC to my branch president, right? I remember, and it's kind of weird looking back on it. I have a totally different view of it now. But my branch president, because we're all in little branches, little church units in the MTC, there was one night where I was like, I'm praying, like, do I need to confess? Am I good? I felt like I was good last time I confessed to my bishop. Do I need to confess again? And was there something that I left out? Was there something I forgot, right? Just that scrupulous thought. And my branch president, so this really old dude, walks in to our dorm up at the MTC. So we're like on the 3rd floor of the MTC, and this old guy comes walking up the stairs, and just to say goodnight to us, I guess. I don't know. But I later found that he had been impressed that someone needed to talk. And so I was able to call him aside while he was up there in a young men's dormitory, right? Which is weird. But I called him aside and was able to confess, and he's like, you're fine, you know? And so the scrupulosity continues there. And honestly, my mission president was very focused on on numbers. And obviously you always say, well, each number represents a person, and you try to tie it back into we're caring. And I really did care about the people on my mission. And I think most of the missionaries did, but there was definitely a focus on numbers. One change from the last president to him was he started publishing all of our numbers in a weekly newsletter that got sent to everyone.
Yep. They did that in my mission.
Yep. So the previous mission president hadn't, but the idea is everyone in the mission will know if you talked to at least 200 people on the street this week, because that's the idea. Just contacts, just looking for new people. You should be talking to at least 200 people. Yeah. And if you're not doing that, then it's kind of a shame thing. And if the people who get like highlights on their names because they had 13 baptisms that week and stuff like that. So it was just very numbers driven. I got pulled into leadership really quickly on my mission too. I only had 3 transfers. I had my trainer for 2 transfers, a Peruvian companion for 1 transfer, and then I got pulled into being a zone leader. So I never really got the district leader experience. I got pulled right into zone leadership, but I had a fantastic experience, and it's probably because as a zone leader, you're with some of the cream of the crop, and so you don't have to deal with companions that are dragging you. You're having to drag them along and stuff like that. But yeah.
For those who don't know, there's a wide variability of like how many baptisms a Mormon missionary might obtain on their mission. There's some missions so difficult that if you may get none, or you may get 1 or 2 in your whole 2 years of your mission. Then there's others that'll get a handful, 5, 10, 20. And then there's some missions like in Latin America or the Philippines or now Africa, where you can get 10 a month and sometimes 120 or 150 or 200 baptisms during your 2 years. I had about 120.
Yeah.
There were other companionships on my mission that had 40 in a month.
Yeah.
What were the numbers like in Argentina when you were there?
So we, at least for the first 2 years of my mission president's time, we were trying to go for 200 baptisms in a month as a mission.
For the whole mission?
For the whole mission. And I know like the most we ever had was we had a baptismal day with 12 people.
In one baptism?
Yeah. So I want to say it was probably near 100 or so for me, but I still remember
It should be 2 a month about?
Yeah.
2 a month?
Yeah. So, but Elder Ajukaitis, who I think he's still a member of the first Quorum of the 70s from Brazil, but I remember him coming down, and first of all, he just shamed the crap out of so many missionaries. Just if you like pinpointing them, hey, how many people did you talk to on the bus here? 0? Well, you're failing as a missionary. How many people did you talk to on the subway as you came here? 0? You're failing as a missionary. And he was dead set on, if you aren't baptizing every week, or at least like an average of a baptism a week, then you're not living up to your potential as a missionary.
Is there a word in Argentinian Spanish for like flojo or slacker? Or?
Yeah. For him, he would drop the cane on us. He would bajar la caña. And so he would just come in really harsh. But I mean, perezoso. Like what?
Lazy.
Yeah, lazy.
Yeah, okay. Got it. Okay. But it sounds like you were in leadership positions and had a decent number of baptisms and probably felt like you had a successful mission.
No, I felt like I had a great mission. And honestly, it was the only time that I felt like my mission president was like let down or whatever with me. I felt like, because we were baptizing all the time, I was helping other missionaries, we were moving the mission forward, but there was one point on my mission where just that over scrupulous brain, hey, things aren't going well right now. Is it because there's something in your past? Is it because there's something there that hasn't been repented of, And I went in to basically confess to my mission president then. Even though you're on a mission and you're like doing the Lord's work, like should be fine, you know? But I felt like he was really let down, just like, oh no, you were one of the good ones who isn't coming to confess to me. And now you're coming to confess to me too. And I felt like from that point, my worth in his eyes was like much less because I'm sure he was just exasperated with all these missionaries coming to confess to him all the time, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Did you do the full 24 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. June to June. And I loved it.
Yeah.
Like I said, la mejor misión de todo el mundo.
Wait, that was mine.
Yeah. Right.
No, we were second to Chile, Viña del Mar. That was the first.
Oh, really?
They were getting over 1,000 baptisms a month.
Crazy. Yeah. And now we can see my first companion was a casualty of that. He was Chileno, and he was one of the kids who they're like, want to come play soccer? Just football baptisms.
Well, if he was on a mission, he wasn't a casualty.
Yeah,
he actually
but
was a success story.
It's true. And that also, that helped me a lot to know, you know, it doesn't matter if they stay active, right? Because Elder Parker was there for me, right? He was so pivotal in my mission experience, and he was baptized as like this young kid playing soccer, fell off the radar, and then eventually got reactivated and served a mission. So you're like, hey, it's all good.
You know, and yeah, when that stuff happened on my mission, there were soccer baptisms, I was like really disgusted. And then I learned that it had happened in, you know, the baseball baptisms in the British Isles in the early 60s. And then I found out they had happened in Japan, and they had kind of always been there. I guess now I hear you say that, probably why they keep reappearing and reappearing is because in some sense it works. Even if you get 10% or 5% of those remaining active, at least missionaries aren't feeling discouraged, aren't feeling lazy, aren't feeling like their time is worthless. They're getting numbers. And then if only 5% remain active, hey, that's better than 0%, right?
Totally. Yeah. And the thing is, I came home from my mission just on fire, you know, just ready to go. And as mission presidents do, that last interview is very much on what you're supposed to do from here on out, which is go get married. Right? Yeah. He said, your whole goal in life is to achieve every covenant you can. Once you're sealed, your goal is to help everyone else receive all the ordinances. Right. And so I came home from my mission just like, I got to find my spouse. I got to get sealed. It's the last ordinance, or at least the last ordinance they'll tell me about.
Okay. So you finish your mission honorably, come home, and then what do you do?
Just head back up to Utah State. And so I came home from my mission and started up. It was even before school started. I had 3 years left to go up at Utah State. And even before school started, I was dating someone and feeling like, hey, I think I found the girl I wanna marry. And so then you just dive in, you know, and you pray, is this the right thing? And you feel like peace about it. So therefore, you know. And so I was engaged within 6 months of coming home from my mission.
What year is this?
So 2013.
Okay.
So yeah, I was engaged within 6 months. And then as we keep dating, because we had only dated for 3-4 months before I proposed, as we keep dating and I start meeting her family and seeing the dynamic of her parents together, and her mom was on her second marriage already, but even how she treated this second husband, I was just like, whoa, that is not okay. And then as I start to look at our relationship, I'm like, you're behaving like you've been taught, you know? And so I start to see these red flags. And so then, luckily I had a bishop, who I went and talked to him just like, I don't know what I should do. I'm engaged, but I don't feel good about it. But that bishop had happened to, when he was a young man, get engaged and then call off the wedding. Oh, and so, nice. So it really empowered me, and I'm like, God knew I needed this bishop, you know? And so I called off the wedding, and it was hard, but just kept going. And almost got engaged another time and then did get engaged another time. I was just really focused on, like, I gotta keep moving forward in the gospel.
So the church rushed you into getting engaged, and you dodged a bullet because you had a leader that fortunately helped you feel okay about calling off something you knew was probably wrong.
Yeah.
So that's good.
And so I was just full force in the church throughout college years, and eventually once I got done with my degree and I moved down to Davis County to start teaching high school. I was a math and Spanish teacher. I chose to make Spanish my minor so that I could keep that gift of tongues, like I always felt like the gift of tongues and interpretation of tongues was part of what, like, my spiritual gifts,
Which is a total redefinition of those words.
Oh my gosh.
That's not what Joseph Smith meant.
No, and it's not what the scriptures meant. There's just so many problems with it. But I really felt like when I got to my mission, I got there and I had learned enough Spanish from high school that I understood Argentines. They don't speak super fast. So like some of the Chilenos or other people, maybe I had a hard time understanding, but the Argentines, I felt like I could understand right off the bat. And so I felt like that was my gift and I wanted to keep harnessing it through teaching. And so I taught Spanish and math at first. But I got back and started teaching as a young starting teacher and got engaged again. And that situation, we had been dating for a little while and I proposed. She said yes, but she dealt with a lot of relationship anxiety and her parents' relationship had a lot of hard components to it as well. So she ended up calling off that engagement.
So you had like 3 engagements?
Yeah. So counting my wife, there was one in between where I almost proposed, but I didn't. But I had 2 failed engagements and then eventually proposed to my wife. But I do attribute a ton of that to, I was just trying to be a good Mormon boy and do the right thing. That's the next step.
Yeah. Just because it's fun, I love parallels. You and I were at Utah State at the same time. So I was at Utah State from 2004 to 2015. And I was excommunicated at Utah State in 2015.
Really?
So we were there, and I started Mormon Stories, and I was teaching at the counseling center there in the in the student center at CAPS.
Really?
So it's almost guaranteed we were there. Yeah. See each other walking down the
for sure. Yeah, because I was there from 13 when I got home from my mission to 16.
Yeah.
So, and I wouldn't have known who you were.
Yeah, no, it's good. Of course. I mean, I don't ever want people to think I'm important.
No.
But, it's just to reinforce this idea of a bubble, right?
Yeah. And they work very hard to make sure that you don't go outside of what the brethren have said.
So like in 2015, when you were at Utah State, we're at the same university. I'm teaching in the counseling center. I'm getting excommunicated. Again, it's tweeted nationally, internationally.
Still don't hear about it.
You never heard about the whole thing.
Nope.
At all.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Or if anything, it was just, oh man, people can leave the church, but they can't leave the church alone. Yeah. And then you hear something in the news, you deal with that soundbite and you set it aside.
Yeah. Yeah, because all the time I get these comments on YouTube or Spotify, how can anyone be a Mormon in 2025? They're just stupid. You know what I mean? And that's the whole reason I'm bringing this up is it's not stupidity. It's not that people who are Mormon in 2025 are low IQ or whatever. It's that we're raised with the psychological, social conditioning to just either not ever look at any news source or information source that could challenge our faith, or if we bump up against something, to just turn it off and
respond
look
in
away.
a certain way.
Look away, right?
Yeah, the information control is real and it's really problematic.
Yeah. Or from the church's standpoint, awesome.
Yeah. I mean, it kept me in for so much longer than I would have been. Because even at this point in college, I feel like I had some good institute teachers at the institute up there who tried to, as much as they were allowed in their sphere, to really be progressive. And so I started to just say, like, I wanted to be just the greatest Mormon scholar. You know, I wanted to know all that there was to know and to have read the whole works of Hugh Nibley and Mormon doctrine and all those things. And so that's when I started really getting into the tough issues like polygamy, blood atonement, stuff like that, and diving in. And I felt like, no, I know all this stuff. And so even when I would hear anti-Mormon stuff, I was the apologist who was like, I know that stuff and I know how to respond to it.
Yeah. It really sounds like your Mormon upbringing was a lot like mine in the 80s. Because if you're reading Bruce R. McConkie, Joseph Ainley Smith defined...
Answers to Gospel Questions.
Yeah, that defined my Mormon upbringing in the 80s. And it sounds like... And that's become less and less common the newer the generations. But somehow in the 2000 teens, you're channeling that ultra-Orthodox... almost fundamentalist with the lowercase f Mormon upbringing.
No, totally. And I think it's in my blood too, because my dad's side of the family, I mean, my great uncle is like Alvin Rulon Dyer, who was
Alvin Dyer.
Yeah. And so he
was intense.
Oh yeah. He had his things, and it's crazy.
Isn't he the one who taught like different races at different levels of valiancy in the pre-existence? The black people were the least valiant in the pre-existence, and then, maybe Middle Easterners, and then maybe, Indians, and then Chinese and Japanese were more on the more righteous scale because the skin color was more white. Is that Dyer?
I'm not sure about that directly, but yeah, he was actually, I think he's one of the only people who've been an apostle, but not a member of the Quorum of the 12.
Yeah.
Because he was brought in as an extra counselor in the first presidency with all these race issues going on in the heart of it. And he was one of the devout, he's the one who leaks to the conservative faction that Hugh B. Brown's trying to get the ban lifted
in the 60s.
Yeah. And so I just feel like we had a lot of that just Mormon, just like scholarship, pseudo scholarship. Like when you're a general authority, it's almost like you're a scholar because what you say has value, And so, but yeah, just super orthodox answers to gospel questions, Mormon doctrine. And that was even more me. I don't remember my parents reading that stuff, but I was always interested in it.
And he was family? Dyer was?
Yeah. So he's my great uncle.
Great uncle.
Yeah. So like in my family pictures, I can see like my grandpa and great grandma all in the same family reunion photo with Alvin R. Dyer.
That's awesome. Okay. So is there anything else you want to talk about? Kind of you get married what year in the temple?
So that would have been 2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Anything else worth talking about? So when you graduate, you're a major in
mathematics education with a minor in Spanish teaching.
Okay. And your idea is to go into high school or church education?
High school at this point. Even though when I was really young, I had thought about seminary, I had some really influential math teachers in high school, and I just loved it. I was passionate about it. And so, the plan was just high school, and I started teaching, and then my wife
Did
and
you teach in Cache Valley or?
No, Davis County. So I went right back. I taught at Syracuse High was my first teaching job.
But that wasn't your high school.
No. It was built. My class would have been the first to graduate.
Got it.
So I had friends graduate from Syracuse High, but I was part of Clearfield where they've gerrymandered the boundaries to go out to Clearfield. But yeah, so came home, started teaching. After that second engagement failed, not long after that, my wife, Ashley, and I had actually met up at Utah State. We worked in the hub just on the first floor of the hub. We were both food service workers. I remember working like one shift with her there.
That's like the food cafeteria.
Yeah.
Which restaurant little thing? Just like
the sandwich shop.
Sandwich shop.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So we made sandwiches together. Yeah, exactly.
Like Subway, yeah.
So I remember talking to her and realizing, oh, you worked at a scout camp too? Well, I did too. And we connected over that. And then I was probably engaged at that point, so nothing happened.
Yeah.
But 5 years later, she moves down for an elementary ed teaching position in Davis County. And we both go to boot, scoot, and barn boogie, stake swing dancing thing. And we re-met there and recognized each other. And from then on, it was pretty quick because that would have been in the fall, and then we were married by June.
Well, by that point, you're starting to push menace to society age, right?
Yeah. So I'm like, 25 or 26, and she's a year older than me. And so we were just grateful. Like at that point, it seems like your options start to slim down. But we were just like, this is such a cool, awesome person. And we dated, and the pressure was still very real with her, but it was really hard on Ashley. She, relationship anxiety wise, it was really hard for her there as well. And so the whole pressure, I had been through 2 failed engagements at this point, and I was like, I need to know that this is something that we're willing to move forward with. So I don't know that I have a lot of time to just date and see and stuff. And I feel bad in retrospect for the pressure that I feel like that applied, because she knew she wanted to date me and she knew this was a good thing, but she was having such a hard time moving forward. So just that pressure, it's brutal. Yeah. But gratefully, man, it's just been the absolute best case. Our deconstruction has been very much in sync. Oh,
we're getting ahead. Yeah, we're getting ahead.
Yeah, which has been very, very good. But
so you were engaged for
she actually wouldn't let me propose for a long time. Right. And so I only proposed. She finally said, yeah, I think you can propose to me.
And so you dated how long?
So from the fall, October or so, our first date was the high school version of Macbeth at the local high school. And then, so fall to June, we were married, but she didn't tell me I could propose to her until May.
Okay. So it sounds like you dated 6 months, 7 months.
And but our engagement was a whopping 1 month. Okay. Yeah. Because we knew with teachers, it was best. We were both teachers. It's best to get married in the summer. She finally feels comfortable saying, yeah, you can propose to me in May. So I proposed, and we're engaged and married, and married by June.
Which temple?
Brigham City Temple.
Okay.
So she grew up in Riverside, Utah, just north of Tremont. Yeah. And so Brigham City was kind of in between, and it's a beautiful temple.
Yeah, it's Boyd K. Packer's temple.
Yeah, it is. All the peach blossoms everywhere.
Okay, and that year, that was
2018.
Okay, yeah. All right. So and you're a full Orthodox believer, and she is when you both get married, is that right?
In fact, everyone at work, my teaching coworkers joked, they're like, oh, you're going to get married soon, because I just got called as Elders Quorum president in my singles ward. So I'm all in, and the stake president who called me as Elders Quorum president would later be my boss in seminaries and institutes. Yeah. So it kind of was laying groundwork there as well for the future.
And for those who don't know, what's Elders Quorum president for the Never Mormons out there?
So I was in charge. Well, basically they told me if the bishop and his counselors aren't there, then you would be the one on the stand presiding if there's no stake leadership.
But basically in a congregation of, let's say, 200 people. You're in
charge of, so in our list, we had 800 people on our 850 on our ward list.
Male members.
No, so that was probably male and female.
Okay, 800.
But 850. About 400 of those were male, and I was in charge. I was the Elders Quorum president, and all of those men would have been in the Elders Quorum in a singles ward pretty much. And so I was in charge of ministering to their needs, calling a presidency, calling counselors to help me administer to these people. But most of what we did was try to purge the lists. And we just had so many people just in that area, Davis County, there are just so many people who are missing in action. And so you're just trying to...
What do you mean purge? How do you purge a list?
So basically we would use software to try to find people's actual addresses and send their records where they're supposed to be.
So these are records that shows their address in your ward boundaries.
Exactly.
But they likely moved away.
Exactly. Or they just don't want to be contacted, which is really the case with most of them.
Yeah.
You know, but a huge thing, it's just unruly. You can't, like, when you've got 400 plus people, but only 100 of them are coming to Elders Quorum.
So you're talking 25% activity rates. Wait, let's slow down. So 2018?
Yeah.
Or 2018. So 7 years ago, pre-COVID.
Yeah.
In Davis County.
Yep.
I would say one of the 4 strongest, most devout Mormon counties in the world. It's like Utah County, like
Salt Lake,
Davis County, Cache Valley, like, you know, Rexburg area. Like, there aren't many more devout counties in the Mormon church than Davis County. Definitely top 5, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
In Davis County, a couple years before COVID, a singles ward elders quorum has a 25% activity rate of men.
Yeah, probably around there.
Wow.
Because, we were over 800 as a whole ward. About half of that were the men.
Yeah.
And then in our ward meetings on Sunday, you'd only have like a little less than 200 people out of the 800.
Yeah,
and so Elders Quorum, it was just this task. We used to just give people slips of paper. They would print out slips of paper of all these names that we don't know who they are. And there was a senior couple actually called to do this. The senior couple would print out names and send everyone out on this search for people. And so you would go to the address and ask, hey, is so-and-so here? And if they say, no, they don't live here anymore, you're supposed to try to figure out where they've gone so we can send their records along. Because the idea is no one can minister to them if don't know they're there. So this is a loving thing. We got to get the records out of our ward, which makes our lives easier because it's not unruly, but then also sends it to somewhere where they can potentially be helped by their local ward.
What was your sense of the activity rates in Argentina when you were a missionary there?
Less than my Elders Quorum. And
so maybe 10% activity rates.
So there, the wards, you could have 1,000 people in a ward and only 100 or 2 coming.
Yeah. So, I mean, this speaks to the idea that in 2025, the LDS Church claims 17.5 million members. But the truth is, maybe a quarter of those are actual attending church self-identifying Mormons.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah. And when they've polled people on the self-identification, it's always even lower too. So,
yeah. Okay. So, so maybe there's really only 4 million active believing attending Mormons in the world, even when the church claims 17.5.
Yep.
Yeah.
But those 4 million go hard.
No, it's true. Okay. So it's 2018.
Yeah.
Nelson's now president.
Yeah.
And you're Elders Quorum president in Davis County, and you're noticing 25% activity rates. Is there a point where you're going, why are all these people inactive or not?
Honestly, I was just like, wow, isn't it awesome that there's so much work for us to do?
Oh.
You know, like, I'm just like, I remember Elder Ballard came and spoke to our Elders Quorum presidency and the Elders Quorum presidencies of the stakes and the coordinating council, and just said, we want you to focus on inactive return missionaries and send someone to their house that speaks the language that they served with on their mission.
Oh,
yeah. So he's like, we want to try to help bring back these memories of their faithful times on their missions, send someone who speaks Portuguese, send someone who speaks Spanish. And yeah, so we would go and try to help rekindle those testimonies.
Did you ever get a sense for why these returned missionaries had lost their testimonies?
Honestly, most of them, like, it was just, I'm sure I wasn't in a place to hear the real reasons, you know?
Yeah.
Most of them didn't have much of a desire to talk to us, you know? Most of them, it was just like, hey, how do I get my name off this list? How do I make sure you guys don't come back again, you know? And you try to take it with a smile, just like when you were on your mission, you know? But, yeah.
So they're basically just like, can you leave me alone?
Yeah.
And go away?
So I don't know that I really heard many like testimony issues there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you've got the classic, like, oh, well, they struggle with church history, you know, and you kind of write it off. They're not faithful enough to take this church history as it is, you know? And so, there was some of that, but yeah, the activity rates, it didn't really concern me. It was just like, hey, we got a lot to do. Let's go, you know, and just always staying really busy. And I mean, that calling did end when I got married, though, because you're no longer in the singles ward. But they sure didn't keep me out of church leadership for long after that either. Because after that, once we were in the married ward, it was like directly on to, within weeks, I was the ward mission leader, which at that point was a member of the ward council. And so just very involved in missionary work and similar things, reactivation. And then not long after that, I was elders quorum president again in the Mary's ward, and then onto the bishopric in the married ward. So,
Okay. So, let's see. Are there any other parts about your Orthodox Mormon experience that are worth discussing, or do we shift to now how things start unraveling, or how you end up teaching CES too? I guess that's important.
I guess, I was still very much in that orthodoxy, and that's what drove me to it. You know?
So how'd you become well, let me ask you this. So when I was growing up in the 80s, I viewed CES instructors, because I'd been to EFY, especially for youth conferences. You know, I knew about, Jack, what's his name?
Welch?
No.
He's the farms guy.
There were, like John By the Way.
Oh,
types,
yeah.
Like these.
Hank Smith, John By the Way. I listened to all those CDs.
Yeah. You grow up and you learn about these, or Brad Wilcox, you learn about these church educators that are funny and they're spiritual and they are knowledgeable. And for me, the closest thing I could think of is I thought of CES instructors like Navy SEALs, like Mormon spiritual Navy SEALs or Green Berets, right? Elite, most spiritual, most knowledgeable. Like, yes, you can become a lawyer or a doctor, but if you are really sharp, you can get into CES and become a CES instructor. And it's incredibly competitive.
Oh, yeah.
Like you would be told, unless you're like super elite or AP on your mission and are brilliant and funny and charismatic, don't even apply, because it's probably harder than med school to get in. So that's how I perceived the CES church educator, religious educator, Mormon role. Now, what was it like for you? You're teaching high school. What was it like for you?
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, with some of my seminary teachers, it was like that, right? I had the one who really went in depth with the Book of Mormon, and I was like, this is so cool. And he's bringing in Hebrew and all these different things. And so in that case, yes, absolutely. And the John By the Ways, I listened to his squeaky clean comedy CDs in the car on road trips, like they're really held up as these guides, But then I had other seminary teachers that I was like, I don't want this fluff. I could teach the class better than this, and a lot of that arrogance, just high school. But yeah, it is super, super competitive. And I hadn't really thought about going into it for that. I always just wanted to be the math teacher who, if kids have testimony stuff, they can come talk to me, you know.
Yeah.
But my mom actually had taken the Religion 471 class, which is an institute class that you take basically as a trial to see if they want to let you try to be a seminary teacher. So you go through this like 6 months of just kind of teaching in the Savior's way, teaching techniques and how to study, how to plan a lesson and stuff like that. And then you teach the class at the end, and you get a chance to, if they like how you taught the class, then they might put you in front of students, you know? So my mom took that, and she liked it. She liked the idea of being a seminary teacher. But in the end, when they offered her a student teaching position, which is the step before actually getting hired, but they counter offered and said, hey, we know that you have kids at home and stuff. So if you feel like a lighter job would be better for you, we also have an administrative assistant position, which is like a secretary for the seminary building. And so my mom chose to be an administrative assistant. She still is for seminaries and institutes. But seeing her go through that class, I was like, I'm a math teacher. I want to teach more like Jesus. You know, I want to teach like the Savior did. So I'm just going to take this, not because I want to be a seminary teacher, but because I want to be more Christ-like, right? And so I start taking the class, and Ashley went to me to a bunch of the institute classes. But man, just the religious anxiety. I remember driving home from the first class, and she's like, what happened to you? Like, why are you so anxious in these classes? And there's just so much pressure, like, and so much competition. You're in this group of 50 people, and they're like, okay, well, maybe a couple of you might student teach, and that's not even the job, you know? And so, but I remember just starting to have a lot of that scrupulosity come back as I'm trying to become a seminary teacher. But they liked my class teaching enough that they put me in front of students for 15, 20 minutes. And then they liked that enough that they put me in front of them for a class period. And eventually I got a job student teaching for seminaries and institutes. So what I would do is, some people have flexibility in their work schedule, but as a high school teacher, my job hours are what seminaries release time hours are. So I would teach early morning seminary at Clearfield High, and then I would buzz around the block, and I was teaching math at New Ames. It's a charter school in Davis County, early college. And so I would teach the early morning seminary class for student teaching, and then I'd go around the block and I would teach the rest of my day math. And that lasted for about 6 months it lasted for a semester.
Explain to our Never Mormons what release time seminary is in places like Utah. And then what's the difference between early morning and release time?
Yeah, because seminary and institute, seminary is at the high school level, right? So starting 9th grade to 12th grade, and then institute would be at the college level. We offer those programs worldwide, but in most of the world, we have a paid employee coordinating who kind of helps all of the stake-called teachers teach, but most of them, you have volunteers who are asked by their stake leadership to teach early morning seminary, right?
And that's happened to me. I'm living in Seattle, in Issaquah, Washington. I'm working for Microsoft. It's 2000. My bishop calls me in and says, hey, I think you'd be really good with the youth. Do you want to teach early morning seminary? I say yes. So I teach for a year and a half, early morning, wake up 5, get to the church by 6, teach the kids from 6 to 7 religion. And I have a church employee who works for CES that kind of oversees me, monitors me, gives me feedback, tells me my lessons are too liberal, too progressive, too controversial, too edgy, tone it down, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So that's how it works in most of the world. Yeah. And then in the Mormon corridor, right? You've got these hubs, Idaho, Utah, Arizona, some parts of Wyoming and Colorado. Yeah. You've got a big enough demographic that it's worth it for the church, or at least they've deemed it historically worth it, to hire a full-time teacher. And so that's what release time seminary is the students are actually released in their schedule from the school's jurisdiction, and they go across the street or to the chapel down the street, or
It's often like on school property,
Yeah.
or like right across the street.
Yeah. The church owns all of those properties, but it's right next door. Especially in Utah, we've got good relationships with a lot of the schools, so they'll leave a parcel for the church to build one there. But yeah, so release time seminary is when they leave their classes during second period or whatever, come across the street, go up the hill, and receive religious education from a seminary teacher.
And what's kind of mind-blowing about release time is the analog would be, imagine if you're in Katy, Texas, and kids are, gonna be freshmen at a high school, and like they're looking at what classes they're gonna take. Okay, I'll take chemistry, I'll take biology, I'll take history. And then electives, they have the option of Bible study as one of their electives that is in their class period schedule.
Yeah.
And then they literally have a little Bible seminary on campus or right across the street. And up the bell rings, it's time to go to my 1 o'clock class. They're literally leaving school, going to a Bible study for an hour as part of coordinated. Like as I think about that without my Mormon brain, that's not normal for the United States.
Oh, no.
Right?
Yeah. And I mean, back in the day, we were given school credit for these classes. I think it was Cache Valley where the lawsuit finally went down that they said, yeah, you can absolutely not give credit for these religion classes. But yeah, so it's been a part of Utah culture for the last
Mormon
100
culture
years.
for-
Yeah.
100 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So why is there early morning seminary in Utah if release time is even an option?
Well, I feel like we'll see more and more of it too.
Okay.
But they offer early morning for a lot of my students. For early morning when I was teaching, my student teaching, they were students who were just so dedicated. They're like, I can't miss a class in my schedule. I can't. Well, and you think about it, it's not just one class in my schedule. This is an elective for 4 years.
Yeah.
Every semester for 4 years,
Yeah.
you're going to, if you're faithful, have release time seminary on your school schedule. So these are the people who I feel like I had it easy with my student teaching, because they're the ones who, even though it's offered during the day, they were willing to come early, right? So, but these were just really dedicated students who didn't feel like they had time in their schedule to take seminary in their school schedule.
So it's faithful Mormon kids that want to like do all AP classes to go to Harvard or Stanford or get the presidential scholarship at BYU. So they want to be taking AP chemistry too, not Book of Mormon as part of their electives.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, we're seeing more and more like charter schools. As charter schools pop up, they'll just say, oh, call a stake teacher for that.
Yeah.
And more, we're seeing stake teachers. Just recently, just a few months ago, they made the policy that all Spanish speaking classes are going to be taught by stake called volunteers rather than release time teachers, and all special needs classes as well. They're trying to move more and more responsibility over to the stake called teachers in the system right now. Because they're slimming our workforce down as religious educators.
Okay. So what year are you training to be a full-time seminary teacher?
So this would have been 2019, leading right up to COVID.
Okay. So the reason I asked that is because starting in 2014, 2015, Mormon Stories is going strong. The CES letter comes out, and the Gospel Topics essays all come out.
Oh, yeah.
So that's 4 or 5 years before you're teaching, and that's where the Mormon Church starts to like really realize
we got to.
Lots of people are leaving the church because we've been hiding the factual history from them, and they feel betrayed. So we've got to start teaching a more faithful version of the history. in whatever controlled way we can so that we can't be accused of hiding and deceiving and misleading people. But we don't want to tell it to the 30, 40, 50, 60 somethings because it'll cause a faith crisis. But we need to start maybe teaching them young so that we can inoculate them. So that's all going on the 4 or 5 years leading up to you starting to get into church education. So putting aside your eventual faith crisis, to what extent in your training as a CES teacher did the church have curriculum to introduce these more controversial, complex issues to you? Number one, so you could learn them. And then number two, so you could learn the apologetic responses so that you could inoculate the students you would ultimately teach or not. Like, how did that, how did you face that, 5 years ago or whatever?
Well, they really didn't have curriculum to expose us to it at all. No. So really the closest you got to that was President M. Russell Ballard gave a talk called For Religious Education and Educators in the 21st Century, right? And he was really bold in saying, gone are the days when we can dismiss these questions. Gone are the days when a student asks a sincere question and the teacher deflects by bearing testimony. And he asked us to know the gospel topics essays like the back of our hands.
So you would have read that talk how early?
Well, for sure. That was a mandatory reading as I was going through pre-service.
And is that where you learned about the gospel topics essays for the first time?
No, I had already really done a dive into the gospel topics essays, and you're just like, see, look, the church is being so transparent. Look, there's all these resources and footnotes, and
so they were faith affirming.
Oh yeah. Okay. For me, it was like, sweet, please, let's address these sticky issues. It's all good. Like it didn't really faze me at all. And then as I was going in, they didn't have anything to expose us to the issues directly, but President Ballard said, know them like the back of your hand. So the level to which teachers did that was varied dramatically. Some teachers didn't really know still what was in those essays. And then some, I took that very seriously. And I was like, if my students are going to have these questions or go through these struggles with their faith, I've got the worst thing you could do is, Brother Davis, what do I do about this? And I'm flabbergasted and have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah. So I was really grappling with those things, and I felt like I was really good at the apologetics. I could make it fit. I could make it work, help them know, hey, you don't have to leave. It's okay.
Okay. So before you were hired on as a full-time, eventually you were a full-time CES teacher?
Yeah. So that happened mid-year. It was December, and I got a call from the area director saying, we have a position open and we would like to offer it to you. And I asked them, I was like, would that position still be available at the end of the school year? Because I'm mid-year, I would hate to leave these students. And on top of that, it takes 4 years to be vested in the Utah retirement system.
Yeah.
So if I stayed 5 more months or 4 more months, I would have a pension. If I stayed 4 more months, I would have finished my 4 years to get my scholarship. And so
don't tell me you didn't stay.
So I didn't stay, but I only had to pay back the 1 semester that I didn't teach. Okay. So out of those 8 semesters that were paid for, I taught 8 semesters in the Utah school systems, or I taught 7. So they forgave 7 semesters, and I paid for 1 semester of tuition.
So you got almost all your tuition still paid for.
Yes.
But what about the pension?
Oh no, luckily I'm going back now to the Utah retirement system, and I'll be able to finish that up.
But so I'm guessing when you asked if you could wait 4 months to take the job. He said that job won't be available.
No, he said, honestly, you're lucky that you got this offer at all, you know?
Yeah.
And so just being that faithful Mormon, you're like, who cares about the pension? Who cares about, I'll have to pay $3,000 in tuition, but we can handle that. We've been blessed. And so I let my school know that I was quitting mid-year and hopped over to Seminary and Institute. I started at Bountiful High Seminary.
That also left your school high and dry.
Yeah. And luckily it worked out. They had someone who had just gotten off of maternity leave mid-year and was looking for a job. And so I mostly felt bad for the students. You know, I had great relationships with them and they were looking forward to the next semester. And so I wanted to be there for them, but they understood that this was like a once in a lifetime thing. And so they forgave me for that. Okay. But
so you said your first gig was at Bountiful High?
Yeah, Bountiful High Seminary, back when they were the Braves, right? And then I was there for the transition over to the Red Hawks. But yeah, so Bountiful High Seminary, and I only taught for a few months before COVID hit and was in full swing.
And some people get annoyed that I talk. I actually got a comment last week, like, John, it's so annoying that you always like get into Davis County versus Bountiful versus, versus Utah County versus, but I don't know why. It's a real thing. Tell
you're teaching the general authorities kids.
Okay, talk about that. What do you mean by that?
So in Bountiful is where all of these apostles and general authority 70s live so that they can commute easily into Salt Lake without having to live in Salt Lake.
Yeah.
So, I mean, while I was there, like I taught Elder Holland's grandson, Elder Eyring's grandson, Elder Anderson's granddaughter, like Elder Hallstrom of the 70. Like there were lots of these names that you're like, oh, okay, I know that name. And you ask them and yep, that's my grandpa. Yep, that's my dad.
And what does it mean as a full-time LDS seminary teacher to be in a seminary where general authorities' grandchildren are attending? What does that mean for the church educator?
It means you got to be careful. Because honestly, well, first of all, they were all great. Like those kids were just fantastic youth and contributed great, as you would imagine, in a seminary class. But you always run the risk of, well, it seems like everything you teach is under a microscope. Because if someone goes and tells dad or tells grandpa what their seminary teacher said, they are on your board of directors for the church board of education, you know? So you always just were especially careful to stay within those orthodox lines when you had those students in class. But overall, they were great students. But there's kind of that vibe in Bountiful, even setting the general authorities aside. It's just a very, very devout area, and they almost just kind of need to posture to show that devout nature too. Okay. So it was intense, but you enjoyed it. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. And so, well,
what's the training like? Do they teach you Mormon theology? Do they teach you Mormon doctrine? Do they just expect you've served a mission so you know this stuff? Do they hand you a manual? What's the education that goes into prepping a LDS or a Mormon seminary teacher?
It's whatever the pre-service director wants it to be. So pre-service is the system that gets us hired, right? And so it can vary dramatically from one director to another. And honestly, they don't want you to have scholarship. They'll take your you need at that time. They've actually lowered the bar now, so that you don't need a degree to teach seminary. But that's because those people are hired on short-term contracts.
Wait, why would they lower the bar?
Because right now the church is trying to slim down the workforce.
Oh, okay.
So they want like basically a third of us employed in the next 10 years. Like there should be like 2 or so religious educators, which are career-long seminary teachers, and a whole bunch of just young, off your mission. You're teaching seminary while you're getting your degree, and then it's a maximum of 5 years on those contracts. Pay. Yeah. So they're paying them decent, like they get insurance and stuff. But I think and it's mixed results. They're in the middle of seeing how it's going to work out, but they've started hiring just a lot younger teachers, trying to connect with the students more. And I think it's not a bad thing that they don't have as much scholarship or expertise as well.
I mean, okay, so I'm learning new things and I'm curious about this. So like old model is out of college, you get the CES gig and you spend 30 years as a church educator until you retire, which means, 5-10 years in, you really have been teaching this stuff. And then 20 years in, you've really been teaching this for a long time. And so, you're a 40-year-old and a 50-year-old seminary and institute teacher. Hopefully you're now on the EFY circuit or the FSY circuit, and you're building your name and becoming more popular. But certainly you're also getting to the point where you're making 6 figures and having a really good retirement and benefits and healthcare. So that's the old way.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is they're trying to cut that force back by 2/3.
Yeah.
And make it people young, right out of college for 5 years, pay them a lot less, and in and out, wash them out, 5 years, new batch. Other than just cost cutting, like this is reminding me of when the church moved away from like full-time janitor staff in custodians in chapels. Like some management consultant said, 20,000 chapels across the world. Look at how much we could save by firing all the janitors and making members just clean the chapel every week. So one interpretation of this change would be 2/3 of church educators, cut them off the payroll, less money for benefits, and get them young, get them activated, and maybe also these newly returned missionaries, it'll give them a spiritual job so that then
keep them active,
keeps them active, keeps them employed, and then hopefully within that time they get married in the temple, they start their careers, and the churches lock them in. So it's cost cutting, but also activation of young people who the church is hemorrhaging. And then maybe older educators, 20, 30 years in, maybe they're stale, maybe they're boomers, off-putting, maybe they're inappropriate or lazy. So maybe you're getting a better quality. I'm just speculating. What do you want to say to all that?
Yeah. So my understanding from this trial, right, putting these young people in, because they basically sat us down and said, we're making all of these changes so that you don't all lose your jobs if the brethren pivot with regards to church education. So basically changes are coming. We're going to have these younger people. And it's been really hard for me to see these young people come in because you can technically get on the career track. So it's a year-to-year contract. You don't know if you're working the next year, right? It's a year-to-year contract with a maximum of 5 years. And you can technically get on the career path if you get your master's. They'll consider you. And so you've got some of these really awesome young people who are really working hard and pounding out a master's in that 5 years and trying to qualify and all this stuff. And they kind of lead them along in saying, yeah, there's a chance. But at the same time, we're going to meetings where they're saying, by the way, we're cutting this many FTEs, these full-time equivalents. We're cutting these and sending them to Africa. So these people are like, yeah, I'm trying to get a career-long job, but we're literally going to trainings where they're saying, yeah, we're reducing 40 positions in the release time education sphere and sending all of those funds to hire people to coordinate in Africa because their need is more than ours.
So I'm confused only for this reason.
Yeah.
Why would they be cutting when the church has 300 to 500 billion dollars in assets, it's not like the church is poor. So it's not like, oh, we're running out of money, and so we got to cut here to then invest over here. It's more like the church is literally adding, I don't know, 20, 50 billion a year to its net worth. So why couldn't it just add more educators in Africa and keep educators in along the Mormon corridor? Did anyone ever ask that?
That's a great question. And I sarcastically in meetings would bring up, oh, well, it's because the church is low on money, but it doesn't.
How do you speculate?
So I think it's because the church is going to eventually, just like we got rid of the Boy Scouts. It's good in certain areas. It's not good in other areas. We want to be a global church, all on the same page. The vast majority of the church is already doing the stake called seminary teacher, early morning kind of thing. And I don't know how that would work out with the buildings we already have here in Utah and stuff like that. But they've already cut. So all the Spanish classes are shifted over to stake called teachers. All of the special needs classes are now stake called teachers. That's as of like a couple months ago that they did that.
That's new.
I really feel like what they're doing is cutting the workforce down, and that group of religious educators that were in the classroom are now going to be the coordinators helping to train and help all of these stake called teachers if the church were ever to go to early morning / if not early morning, find volunteers who can teach during the day to take a class period here or a class period there.
So just because I'm kind of nerding out a little bit, like 40, 50 years ago, whenever they came up with release time, clearly they said, okay, out in the mission field, which meant anywhere that wasn't Idaho, Utah, or Arizona, so Texas, I guess there aren't enough students to justify. I guess there wouldn't be enough students to justify full-time salaried positions. But then there would be such a need for church education along the corridor that I guess that could justify
the cost,
the salaries and the benefits or whatever. So I guess I can see that, although that doesn't totally make sense because there were also a gazillion members in Utah, Idaho, and Arizona.
Yeah.
So they could have just made it a calling here, just like they made it a calling, quote, in the mission field.
Yeah.
So,
well, the mission field side of seminary and church education came after. So what I think is, when 100 years ago, when seminary starts here and starts to develop the church education system, they started by hiring these teachers like you would a teacher. But it wasn't until, I want to say, Neil A. Maxwell was the commissioner of education when it actually seminary started spreading all over the world. So that was a later thing. It's, okay, we're having a good experience teaching our youth here. How do we do that on a global scale? And so it wasn't feasible. And so
I
now,
go to high school in the early 80s. It's worldwide by that point.
Yeah.
But maybe you're saying in the 70s or 60s, seminary wasn't worldwide in the church.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So
okay, I hadn't thought about that.
The early morning program, that kind was trying to fill the need of how do we bring church education further.
Okay. So maybe one generation older in Texas who would have grown up in the 60s didn't go to seminary as a Mormon kid in Texas in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure when it developed, but I know at least here, my grandparents went to the Granite High Seminary, which was the first seminary building. They had Truman Madsen as their seminary teacher and stuff. Wow. So it's been here in Utah for a lot longer than it has been outside.
Okay. So as seminary starts in the Mormon corridor, then they start spreading it globally, but with volunteers out in the quote mission field instead of staffed positions. At some point now in the modern times, they've realized, you know what? We can just now contract the corridor positions, save a lot of money, energize our youth, give them jobs, but then save a ton on benefits and retirement and salaries, potentially with the CES full-time teachers along the corridor.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, and have more control over our teachers. I really feel like a big part of this is in a calling capacity, you have absolute control. You have absolute control. Think about it. If you're teaching and you're too edgy or whatever, you've got your employee over you who lets you know that. But if you ever got out of line, they would just call someone else.
They just release you.
You swap, done, it's gone.
Yeah.
But when people's livelihoods and pensions, I wasn't in the era of pensions, so I left a pension with the district, but didn't come into a phase where I could have had a pension here.
So these new hires into CES, is it just hourly?
So it's hourly for them. I have like 401k benefits, and I was in like one of the last windows to get hired as a career-long, they call us religious educators rather than full-time teachers.
Okay.
So, but I even missed the window for a pension in church education.
So the church is decreasingly offering pensions to its educators.
Yeah.
That's news to me.
Yeah, and the thing is, they argue, they're like,
while
well,
they're like growing in wealth.
Exactly.
Massively,
Yeah, and the argument is, well, you actually, if the stock market behaves and you're investing in your 401k, and they're very generous and they're matching, like that's their retirement package.
Yeah.
But the argument is you'll make more investing.
Yeah.
But basically, it just means it's all on you. If something goes wrong, you deal with it rather than the church paying you a pension.
Yeah, it's weird that when the church is in its wealthiest and its wealth is growing at the highest rate, it's cutting costs in its educators. And honestly, it's got to come down. It always comes down to business.
Yeah.
So it just must be the church has decided they're not getting the return on investment in their Mormon corridor CES instructors. They're not getting the value, the activity rates, the commitment, the education, the faithfulness of these kids coming out of Utah, Arizona, and Idaho. They're not getting that value, so it's not worth the money. That's got to be what they've concluded.
And I don't know, because what we're hearing from like Chad Webb, the head of seminaries and institutes and all that stuff, they keep re-emphasizing. It's almost like they want to have their cake and eat it too, because they keep re-emphasizing all the time, hey, when we do our in-depth surveys of who stays active and who doesn't, when we do this, seminary is always at the top of the list. They keep hammering like, no, seminary, you guys retain people. You guys are on the forefront. Yeah, you know, and so the importance of this, but they at the same time there's just so many complexities. When you've interviewed CES employees, like there's so many complexities when it comes to a job where literally if you get the wrong bishop, if you think the wrong thing, you're gone. And do you have work experience to get back into the field? It's just really complicated. And I feel like the stake called teachers, when it's all just volunteer, they can just switch them out, and it gives them a lot more ability to control the narrative.
Okay, I'm going to speculate one more thing.
Do it.
So, like, Grant Palmer, does that name mean anything to you? So he wrote a book called An Insider's View of Mormon Origins, which came out in the early 2000s, I think, by Signature Books. And that book was earth-shattering at the time because it started out by saying an insider's view, meaning it's someone who was an employee on the inside who had access to it's implied he had access to privileged information, which he did. Because back then, when you're in CES for 30 years, which he ended up being, he had access to the vault. He had access to church archives. He had access to top church leaders. And so 30 years into his career, when he then comes out with the book saying, I've been an insider for 30 years, and let me tell you what I know about Joseph Smith and the First Vision and the Peepstones and the treasure digging and the polyandry, it shook the church in the early 2000s, and it was influential to my testimony. So that was before the CES letter, but that's an example of a CES-related headache for the church before the CES letter. What were you going to say?
This goes way, way back further than that.
Tell us.
The church has a legacy of having issues with forward-thinking educators and then discarding them in really inappropriate and harsh ways.
Any names come to mind?
Yeah, I mean the Peterson brothers and the Chamberlain brothers in 1911 at BYU.
Yeah.
The evolution controversy. And I've read, you can go to BYU and you can look at these heartfelt letters they're writing to general authorities saying, we just know that if we don't teach them some way to deal with evolution, these people are going to leave. They've got to be able to harmonize it. They've got to be able to see both things. But Joseph F. Smith at that time, it's not comfortable. And so 3 of the 4 get fired and then not fired. They chose to resign because they basically said, change your teachings on the Bible and evolution or resign. Yeah. And then the last one who stayed ended up resigning a year later. And then you go to the Eugene Englands and the Lowell Benyons of the world. Yes. And one of my heroes who doesn't get a lot of airtime is Heber Snell. Mm-hmm. He was a religious educator. I think why I resonate with him so much is our training in biblical studies. But he went to the University of Chicago, got his PhD in biblical studies.
Probably during Fawn Brody times.
Yeah,
like
part of that.
30s and 40s.
Yeah, the Chicago experiment era when Joseph F. Merrill, this really just unafraid, truth is truth where it's found on heathen or on Christian ground. Like he's like, we don't have anything to fear. And they're sending these people to get these legit degrees and they don't like what they get back. And so, but because
they come back believing the age of the earth is billions.
Yeah. And
that evolution's true.
And higher biblical criticism,
happened.
Right?
Talk about what is that? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, so Chicago, the University of Chicago, especially their divinity school, was the cutting edge of theology and forward-thinking thought. And here we have church educators going to Chicago. That's where Sidney Sperry went. And Heber Snell, in his personal writings, actually, and in his later interviews in life, saw Sidney Sperry as kind of a sellout. Mm-hmm. And whereas in the church, we're like, literally, it's the Sperry Symposium, religious education symposium. Yeah. We praise him because he's the one who came back with the degree and was willing to still be an apologist. Mm-hmm. Whereas most people go and get these degrees and they're like, no, I mean, when it comes to higher biblical criticism, like the authors, different pseudo-Pauline letters, right? Letters that weren't actually written by Paul, or the different ways that the text, biblical and scriptural texts, were compiled over time. You come back and you have to see things differently.
That the Bible's flawed, that it was made by men, that it was written decades or generations after the people whose names are on the books.
Exactly. I mean, that
it contradicts itself. All the Dan McClellan stuff. Right?
Oh yeah. Later on, the Isaiah problem was one of the clinchers for me. Isaiah in the Book of Mormon, and we can talk about that. But yeah. So all of these just loving educators. I don't know if you can find educators better than the Lowell Benyons of the world. And Lowell Benyon, after Heber Snell got kicked out of church education, it's really cool to see Heber Snell's correspondence with Joseph Fielding Smith at this time. Yeah. But Joseph Fielding Smith is writing, says he has issues with the book that Heber Snell literally was asked by his director to write. They're like, you have expertise in Bible, write us a book on the Old Testament. So he does, and Joseph Fielding Smith doesn't like it. He's like, why don't you say that Ezekiel 37, the 2 sticks becoming one? How come you don't say?
It's clearly the Bible in the Book of Mormon.
Yeah. He's like, why don't you reference the Bible in the Book of Mormon? And Heber Snell's response is, because I don't teach things that aren't true, and so just these great educators who just chose to stick to their guns. Or the Lowell Benyon actually used to, after Heber Snell was kicked out of church education, he started teaching Bible for the U, and Lowell Benyon started the Institute of Religion at the U. Yeah. So he would have Heber Snell come stay at the U Institute with them, and just these wonderful educators who just love kids. When we say the U,
we mean the University of Utah.
It's true.
For the Never Mormons.
Yeah. But just they love their students. They love them, and they want to build a world where Mormonism will work. But the church, just as soon as you step out of the bounds that the current authorities are comfortable with, they discard them like they're nothing.
Where do you read? If someone wants to read about this Snell guy, where do you read about that?
Well, that's actually a project that I've been working on. I transcribed his autobiography up at Utah State.
Oh.
So that's something that I've wanted to write on and to work on myself.
Can we do some Mormon Stories episodes about that?
Oh, yeah.
Would you want to tell
Absolutely.
us the story of Snell?
Dude, his story is incredible. If you want a glimpse into his story, the best thing that's been written thus far is Matt Bowman out at Claremont University.
Yeah.
Just not too long ago released there's a series called Introductions to Mormon Thought, and he did one on Joseph Fielding Smith. And so there's a chapter in there.
Where can you see those?
So Introductions to Mormon Thought, it's printed by the University of Illinois Press.
Oh.
And so you can buy that book, but it's Joseph Fielding Smith, a Mormon theologian, I think is the title of the book. And in one of those chapters, that's the only place that I've seen this controversy that I was just finding in these documents. I was just going back. There have been a few articles written about it too, in dialogue, but Matt Bowman in his Joseph Fielding Smith, a Mormon theologian, has a chapter where it talks about Heber Snell, but that's the most that I've really heard Snell be brought up. His story is incredible.
Dang. Well, I thought I knew a little bit about that sort of topic, and I don't remember. I'm sure I've stumbled on Snell's name.
Yeah.
Because I read Lowell Benion's biography.
Totally.
I read Adventures of a Church Historian about Leonard Arrington and T. Edgar Lyon and all that. So I'm sure I've seen the Snell name, but I would have never add him to my list of people that I.
Oh,
so that's
heck yeah. I would love to talk about.
Okay.
I can talk about Heber Snell all day. He's really
cool.
awesome.
So we'll have an episode on that because that's a story worth telling.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, B.H. Roberts, caused trouble. He was kind of a church educator, and so there's this long history of church educators running afoul of the lowercase f fundamentalist apostles and general authorities.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that continues into the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Oh, totally.
That then leads, Michael Quinn was a church educator, right?
Well, Lowell Benion, I feel like that was one of the clinchers where he really got ahead of the brethren was on race and priesthood.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter that you're only 5 years or 10 years ahead of the brethren.
Yeah.
Like we're going to rescind that anyway, but he just gets caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
And they're like, actually, you founded the University of Utah Institute of Religion, but we're going to cut your course load.
Yeah.
And we're going to cut it back. And now actually we want you to write curriculum rather than, and so they just edge them out of, as sometimes softly and sometimes they're just kind of, it's rough how they treat their educators sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So all that to say that maybe after 50 to 100 years of the church realizing that the more someone dedicates to studying the gospel, the more they go from milk to meat, and the more decades they spend studying the deep doctrines and mysteries, there's two things that happens. One is the higher risk they probably have of losing their testimony, but also the more credibility and social capital they gain.
Yeah.
So the combination of the two makes someone who's 20 or 30 years in maybe a real big liability for the church.
Yeah, it can be problematic. And granted, most of these educators went without a fuss. They didn't want to be a big thing. Like you look at Lowell Benion did not want to be a martyr for the cause, and so they're very kind about it, but they just take it in the teeth. These people, like, I want to say it's Lowell Benion's wife, who she couldn't watch when President Packer would get on and talk in conference.
Yeah.
She couldn't do it because of what church authorities had done to their family.
Yeah. 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 Okay. So now that actually makes a lot of sense that the church is literally richer than God in 2025.
But still cutting costs.
They're still cutting church education. I think it's a combination of the risks and liabilities, but also, especially with the internet age. Like I said, how many former church educators has Mormon Stories alone interviewed, let alone it's got to be the letter to the CES director.
Oh, yeah.
Has been a catastrophic disaster for SEO relative to church education in the Mormon church, but also just the reputation of CES is now inextricably tied to the CES letter, which is a nuclear bomb for testimonies in the modern Mormon church era, right?
Yeah, definitely. So I think the new system, if that's the way they're going, like I said, I'm no authority on this. I'm just have been in the meetings, and it seems like they're shifting towards a place where it would be feasible to shift to stake called teachers, where they would just have more control over the teaching
and spend less money.
Yep, and save.
And
they're always looking for that.
Keep more younger people active in their early years as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means they're going to have all these buildings on all these high school campuses and junior highs.
Yeah,
all across Utah, Idaho, and Arizona.
I mean, in the ninth graders, it's literally just for the ninth grade year. So you've got this building dedicated to just one grade of students over there. So I don't know what they'll do, or if they'll have stake called teachers try to go to those areas and still do it. I have no idea.
I'm sure they'll sell that property to the high schools, and the high schools will turn them into gymnasiums or
something,
extra classrooms or art buildings or something like that.
Yeah. It's just crazy. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've totally lost track of your story. So
it's all good.
But this is, you know, we're following stuff that's interesting.
Yeah.
So, okay. So you get hired as a religious educator.
Yes.
Not a pension, but a 401k with matching.
Yeah.
And you're thinking you're going to do it for how many years?
Oh,
when you
my
get
whole
hired
life.
up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I was in it for the long haul, you know? I mean, I now have the excuse to study. I mean, I tried to study in depth all these issues, even tricky stuff, like on my own time. And now I can do this as a job, and it was just kind of a dream. And every teacher has to be interviewed by a general authority. And so I was interviewed by Elder McKay, who's the church historian now. And it was a great experience. I've heard of some seminary teachers that it was not a great experience for them, because it's just leadership roulette. You know, it's whoever you get assigned, and it was great for us. But that was a really hard time period in our life, because we had just had our first child. It was changing careers, which is a huge move, and then COVID hits. And so it was a lot of change in a short amount of time. And we had really rushed into having kids too, which a lot of that I attribute to, and so glad now that they're here, but we ended up having 3 kids in 4 years. Mm-hmm. And so our first one's there, just so many. In fact, I remember I took time off the day after our daughter was born. I took time off of my school teaching position, my math teaching position, but there was so much hanging on the student teaching. I didn't know if I was going to get hired or not. I actually went in and taught early morning seminary the day after my wife had her baby.
Wow.
So just to make sure you're not the squeaky wheel, right? You know, you want to just make sure there's no reason they wouldn't hire you. Mm. So I literally went in, taught early morning seminary, and then took the rest of the day off to be with my wife. But literally day after she had our first child, I was still so like, I got to be in there. I got to be seminary teaching because I want to get hired.
That's crazy. Okay. So really quickly, how was your salary, your starting salary as a church educator? How did it compare to your salary when you were teaching high school? So if you're comfortable sharing.
Oh yeah. I took a pay hit to go into seminary, but I was fine with it. But the crazy thing is I took a pay hit to work 3 more months out of the year, because I was only contracted 2 to 3 months out of the year. I didn't have to do anything on spring break. I didn't have to do anything on my summers as a public educator. But now I'm being asked to come into the office literally all summer. And if I want time off, I have to take it out of my personal vacation time off. So I took a pay hit. It wasn't crazy, like $5,000 or so.
So less money
than a
high school public teacher
Starting
again,
high school public teacher, yeah.
Again, the church is richer than God, but they're paying their seminary teachers starting pay less than a high school teacher is paid.
Yeah.
And they have to work summers too.
Yeah. And the thing is that has actually shifted a lot in my time in S&I. Because I even started higher than most seminary teachers because they considered my years teaching as relevant experience. So it could have even been worse for me had I come from a different field. But the church, during my time in these last 5.5 years that I've worked for seminary and institutes, we got a new HR director who's really sharp, really awesome. And I think she looked at what we were making and was like, wait, really? Because our salaries have gone up dramatically over the last 5 years.
Okay, good.
So I took a pay cut coming into seminary. Now I'm going to take a pay cut leaving seminary too.
Okay, well, that's good to hear because I want the church to treat its employees well, right?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a hard job. I mean, if I'm talking about the difficulty level as just a high school math teacher, sometimes people are like, oh, you must need so much patience as a high school math teacher. I was like, it's nothing compared to seminary. Seminary was brutal.
Okay, what's so hard about teaching Mormon seminary in Utah in the 2020s? Give us a sense for what it's like.
First of all, I came in and the COVID didn't help, right? You know, so I come in, I only have a few weeks, a few months of normal-ish teaching as COVID's starting to spread. And then it gets all online and students don't want to go online. And so that was hard for my confidence in and of itself. But I got in there and I was blown away by the apathy from so many of these students. Like, and I should know, right? Like, I've been an apathetic student, and I know that doesn't mean they're not interested in the gospel, right? I had been the student in seminary who didn't want to hear what the teacher had to say and stuff like that. But I was blown away because so many of these students are literally only in seminary because their parents are making them. And you think about what that does to the student's motivation, right? You know, like if literally mom and dad are just saying, we want you to be Mormon, and so we're going to make you put this in your class. You're going to give up an elective. You're not going to be able to take art or whatever it is. You're going to take seminary. A lot of these students are just, they have some resentment towards their parents for that, and their parents aren't there, so you kind of take it as a seminary teacher. And don't get me wrong, there's probably 2/3 of the class that are just really, they're fantastic students. And we had awesome gospel topic questions and like conversations and stuff. But there's this subset that always just weighed on me so hard because you just want to make the difference in their life. You know, they hate the church. You know, they don't want to be here.
They hate the church?
It's a lot. Like, there is a subset in the seminary classroom that are just so done.
Why do they hate the church?
Because whether it's they feel controlled by their parents or coerced, and maybe it's them bucking back against parental authority more than the church.
Normal teenage rebellion.
But some of them, it's like legit. They've like gone on TikTok and they know stuff that their parents won't even touch, and their parents are making them go to seminary anyway. And some of those students eventually have to be removed because they're bringing up those things in classes, and that's not what they want to have happen in seminary classes.
Did you ever have that happen? Where
not in my classes specifically, because I feel like I tried to make especially as I started to just become more nuanced and stuff, I tried to make my seminary classroom a place where sincere inquiry was welcome. And so a lot of those students, I feel like some of them who came in kind of jaded, I was able to kind of win over and saying, hey, it's okay to have your questions. It's okay to really grapple with these things. And I could even say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your parents are forcing you to be here. I feel ya. Neither of us can do anything about that right now, so let's just make it the best we can. But that subset of students that just were either apathetic or even sometimes antagonistic, it weighed on me so much. I'm not the kind of person who can just set that aside. And on top of that, in seminary, you've got this pressure that, well, if you're not reaching those students, it's because you're not spiritual enough. If you had the Spirit with you, you would know the exact right thing to say. We all hear the general conference talks or whatever, where someone's inspired to say that one right thing and it reactivates the person or whatever. And so I left every day. If I had students, even if the majority of the class was having a great time, if I left knowing some students hated it and are angry at me and stuff like that, I'm like, I didn't have the Spirit enough to reach them. And so there's just such this culture, and I think they're trying to move away from it. But at least when I got in, even just 5 years ago, there was such a culture of the way you live affects whether or not you're going to be a successful seminary teacher. So if things aren't going well, you need to take a look at your personal life. How are you treating your wife? How are you treating your kids? And basically, it did a number on my scrupulosity, because every time I would have a punk kid who was mad at his parents for putting him in seminary, I would go ahead and blame myself and say, it's because I'm not spiritual enough. Am I worthy? Am I actually okay? And it just was a lot of pressure.
Okay. Was there, were you inoculating kids to, because I have the impression that once the Gospel Topics essays came out, the church didn't want adults really reading that stuff because it would basically just infect them with the truth virus or the history virus, but that they realized that while they were going to lose generations of Mormons as adults, if they could inoculate the teens with the problematic church history in a nuanced, contextualized way, then when they got to the BYU or learned about the CES letter or went to college, oh, I already heard about the stones in the hat. It's not a problem. I already heard about polygamy. It's not a problem. So were y'all inoculating Mormon youth or not?
Yeah, I think there was definitely a focus on that with President Ballard's religious educators in the 21st century, because I think he might even say inoculate in that talk. And so there definitely was this idea, but at the same time, it wasn't built into the curriculum usually. Later on, they started building certain things in, like, for example, in my later years, they've really started with the latest curriculum. They've started putting in more stuff on like race and the priesthood. And like when you get to problematic verses in Second Nephi or what, like it counters with all are alike unto God. And you'll have a lesson that talks about how much we disavow racism and stuff like that. And so to an extent, they've tried to build those things in, but usually I would never refer students to, at least in my early seminary years before I was nuanced, I wouldn't send them to the Gospel Topics essays unless they were point blanking you on those things.
Or you wouldn't bring up, there wasn't like a lesson on the Book of Abraham or a lesson on the peepstone in the hat or a lesson on the first vision or a lesson on polygamy in the curriculum.
So
as of last Friday.
Well, so there are now in those early days. So we would have lessons on Book of Abraham, but it's not the historicity of the Book of Abraham.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look at these beautiful things in the Book of Abraham.
Yeah.
Look, and you might in passing mention like, oh yeah, the story of how Joseph got the papyri. And you might, even if you're super nuanced as a seminary teacher, say, and like glaze by and say, and yeah, the writings on the papyri that we have don't match up. Maybe a nuanced seminary teacher would do that. But in the curriculum, we talk about these things, but it's always from, it doesn't take accountability for anything. So, and that's one of the reasons I felt like I needed to leave now versus next semester. Is next semester, we're doing we're teaching second half of the Doctrine and Covenants. And I didn't feel like race and priesthood and polygamy, really the only time you're going to talk about polygamy is in section 132. Right. And so, and even then I have huge problems with how the church portrays this stuff. It's not honest in how it portrays it in the curriculum. So, but to answer the, are you inoculating question, there have been swings, I feel like, in church leadership. I feel like President Ballard was like, yes, you as teachers study these things, know them like the back of your hand, be ready to answer all of their questions. And then just a few years later, we had Elder Anderson come in the same venue, the same teaching all CES. And he gave an example. Ballard was saying, gone are the days where you dismiss a sincere question with testimony. Then you have Anderson come and he's like, gives an example about, oh, what do I do if I get a question about evolution and Adam and Eve, right? And he says, I would recommend that you bear testimony of what you do know. And so I, as a CES employee, am like, wait, which one do I go with? President Ballard's saying, don't dismiss with testimony, right? Elder Anderson, now it seems like there was kind of some backlash after the essays and stuff like that. So they retrenched a little bit. And then the latest guidance we heard from Elder Renlund last year and then Christofferson. And the latest guidance has been, make sure you answer all their questions, but do it in a way that doesn't answer more questions.
Doesn't lead to more questions.
Yeah, or lead to.
I've heard that there are many general authorities who believe that the gospel topics essays were a mistake, and there are many who believe that promoting Rough Stone Rolling, Richard Bushman's biography of Joseph Smith, was a mistake, and that Richard Turley, former church historian, is now writing yet another Joseph Smith biography. He's being funded by the church because they find Rough Stone Rolling to be not faith affirming.
Yeah, unpalatable, right? And
really?
so
was that your perception?
Oh yeah,
inside?
Like my understanding, just talking to leadership and employees, was that some apostles loved Rough Stone Rolling, and others thought it was just the worst thing. And so, but yeah, so I just think you've got this Quorum of the 12, and they always act like it's in unison, right? But they all have their own thoughts. Yeah. And so depending on who's talking to you, President Ballard might be saying, be super open. And then the next couple of years, it's Elder Anderson saying, actually don't be as open.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and shift to when your faith started being challenged.
Yeah.
But I think your wife's faith started being challenged first.
Oh yeah.
So should we go back to talk a bit about, because you put in your outline that even before you started in CES, Ashley was struggling with some things.
Yeah.
So how do you want to address that?
Yeah, and not struggling as in like out of the church or thinking about leaving, but she's always just had a lot more, taken things a lot harder when it comes to church history and polygamy. And so I remember even when we were dating, I remember her telling me, by the way, if we were to like get married, sealed, I die young, and you choose to get resealed to someone else in the next life, I'm leaving. I'm out. She was it was abhorrent. The whole thought of polygamy, whether in this life or eternal polygamy, which continues today. And so she just always had a hard time with those things and really grappled. And she would get to a point where she's like, okay, I think I understand polygamy was an Abrahamic test and it would be good for a few years. But she always had those questions a lot more than me, who was just typical, just TBM.
Okay. So she struggled with polygamy from the time you met her.
Yeah.
Other experiences with equality, for example?
Oh, yeah. Well, I feel like she didn't really allow herself to care about the gender equality issues in the church until after she started deconstructing. But the thing that really unraveled it for Ashley was retroactive jealousy OCD. And so we had talked about our past relationships as dating, and like she even felt very just open, like it's all good, like we've repented, like it's okay, there was no issue, we were really open. And then after we had our first child, which is right at the same time I'm getting hired into CES and changing jobs and all this stuff, right as she had our first child, we she started having these compulsive thoughts, just kind of tearing open my past history, specifically with relationships and sexual history, right? And just the compulsions of, no, I need to know exactly how far this went. And here I am, I'm someone who genuinely was trying to live the law of chastity, right? And like was trying and over scrupulously confessing anytime there was anything even close. But she just felt just really torn apart by our doctrines on chastity. It did a number on both of us mentally. And I really feel like that was when she started to be able to say, okay, maybe these teachings aren't okay. If this is the fruit of those teachings, maybe this isn't okay.
Okay. So, so she's starting to have some of those doubts, and you're maybe becoming more righteous, but she's also experiencing scrupulosity. And I've heard about that before. Natasha talked a lot about that. Sometimes spouses, especially ones who kept themselves more relatively pure from a law of chastity standpoint, they kind of can lose their mind about what their partner may have done, even though Mormons believe in repentance and atonement and forgiveness.
And the atonement leaves no scars, right? You know, once you're healed and the bishop has said you're forgiven, right? Yeah. And so the idea, and she understood that, and she's like, why am I doing this? I'm destroying our marriage, right? I'm bringing in all these hard things that don't need to be here because Riley's fine, you know? And so, but that really...
That's when you know it's a mental illness, because you don't want it.
No.
And you're not choosing it, but it's happening anyway, and it's causing distress.
Yeah, and these compulsive thoughts, like she had to, if she had a thought about how far something went with a certain past girlfriend, right? She would have to ask it. And so, and it just feeds the compulsion and gets worse, right? And so when it comes to like therapy and medication, both of which we tried, some therapists were much more helpful than others. Some, the Mormon therapists specifically, were often not as helpful, and not to stereotype, because they're fantastic Mormon therapists too, but both she and I at different times had ones that really bought into the purity culture and kind of fed the problem rather than helping it. And so, but really between therapy, medication, the thing that really changed everything for Ashley when she started getting better and losing those compulsive thoughts was when she started letting go of the doctrines and gave herself permission to say, you know what, maybe I don't agree about how the church teaches the law of chastity.
Because you mentioned the object lessons, like the licked cupcake and the chewed gum.
Yeah. And I remember mine was a licked Oreo, right? They took the Oreo apart, licked the cream, and then put it back together and said, like, hey, well, it looks fine, right? But would you want it? You know? And so... analogizing that to someone who'd had sex. Yes, exactly,
marriage,
right? Yeah. So people might not know. You might look like a normal Oreo, right? But you've actually been licked. You're actually dirty and contaminated. And it's ridiculous. All this goes back to like purity, cultural things from literally biblical times, and just this fear. But yeah, so yeah, she gave herself permission to say maybe those things really were harmful. Maybe it's not okay.
Was that before you became a seminary teacher?
No, this is while I was a seminary teacher, because they actually Elder McKay interviewed not only me, but my wife as well. So the wife has to be in there for the interview. And so she was true blue Mormon enough and devout enough that it didn't cause any issues. And so we started out just very Orthodox. And like I said, it was not long, even with young children, before I was in Elders Quorum president again, and then into my first bishopric. And so we were very Orthodox, very faithful at that time. But then while I was a seminary teacher over those years, she started to give herself permission to think differently.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and jump to how, as a Mormon seminary teacher, just in the past 4 or 5 years, your faith starts to decline and hers.
Yeah.
But how does it start with you?
So I feel like the first thing was seeing how letting go of church teachings helped Ashley. Because you're like, whoa, okay, we've tried all of these different things and it's been so hard. And the solution was letting go of a belief.
Yeah, they say wickedness. You're taught wickedness never was happiness.
Yeah.
Right?
And so then here she is, like, decreasing her faithfulness level, like thinking differently than prophets and stuff. And it's really helping her. So that was a huge thing. And just like kind of helping me realize, okay, paradigm shifts are fine. You know, we need to be able to think differently. And I think some of the things that started to hit me most, I mentioned the students that didn't want to be in seminary that I always just felt for and just really wished that we didn't have the culture and the pressure to have them be there. But the other thing that I think really shifted my nuance and forced me into being more nuanced was my students. I would have students in the LGBT community who are just so kind and loving, and they want to make the church work so bad. And just seeing how hostile of an environment it can be for them in the church just really made me want to make my classroom a safe place.
How did you learn as a teacher about the plight of gay and lesbian Mormon students in your classes?
Some of them, it's getting to the point where they'll on the first day say, hey, I'm so-and-so, while you're introducing yourselves. I had a student introduce himself as like a transgender male on the first day of class. And, but another way was sometimes we would do get to know you things in the beginning, and I would have them write me a letter, just like, what do you want me to know as a teacher? How can I be the best resource for you? And I just remember I had one student who wrote me this letter and explained that he wasn't out, but that he was gay and how hard it had been to choose to take seminary. But he really felt prompted to take seminary, and he was so glad because he came in and I was more open and all this stuff, and he felt so good. But that same student ended up having to drop class at semester just because, I mean, heck, he had cousins in my seminary classes that would say just really homophobic and mean things.
Oh.
And so I would sometimes, and I think that's where I got into trouble as a seminary teacher, is whenever I heard those things, I would put a stop to it. And I would just clarify, like, this is the Church of Jesus Christ. Everyone has a place here and everyone deserves to belong here. But then my super orthodox students in the class, that perks their ears up like, wait, what side is he on? You know? And so, but just seeing that student have to drop because he wanted to be in seminary, he wanted to make it work.
How do you know that's why he dropped?
Talking to his family afterwards, you know, it's just, cause I really wanted to make sure it wasn't anything on my part as a teacher. And they clarified that no, it's just a hard dynamic with being a member of that community.
And so seeing gay kids drop out of your seminary classes made you feel what?
I mean, you just feel for them and you just want to become just this advocate, and you just are like, you read the data, like, and you see what this minority group in our culture here in Utah goes through, and the suicide rates and different things. I just wanted to make my class a place. They may have all sorts of seminary teachers or all sorts of bishops or all sorts of whatever, but whether it was in my ward and my leadership callings or whether it was in my classroom, I just eventually wanted to make it a place where people could be safe and where people knew that the Church of Jesus Christ is a church for everyone.
So what did the church teach you to tell these kids, these gay and lesbian Mormon kids, when they come out to you as a seminary teacher? What was the instruction?
There's like no instruction from what I've, like, literally they teach you to defer to bishops, They teach you to, okay, your place. I think in the past they've had seminary teachers step into counselor roles that were problematic, and rightly so. And you get abuse.
Seminary teachers would abuse students.
And so the church is so gun shy about that right now it's just send them to the website, send them to their bishop and those kind of resources. But
that's
what were you saying?
Another reason to downsize CES is because you have more legal liability when they're employees and when it's on church property than if they're volunteers.
We can't control what a volunteer does. They just said they'd teach the class, and we didn't know they were going to say that.
Yeah.
So I think that could be a dynamic too. But so it was just hard for me to see those things with my students, and I feel like I would just divert. I had to say, well, like, hey, thank you so much for sharing that with me. For me, my last 3 years out of the 5 years, it was really hard because I was actually in a one-man seminary building. I was the only person there. So they would come up. There was no other teacher. The area in Bountiful didn't have the demographics to justify 2 teachers. So anytime I had these conversations with students, I would have to be outside on the way out because I could never be one-on-one with a student. And I would defer them, say, thank you so much for trusting me enough to share that, and defer them to their bishops and whatever resources there were on Gospel Library, which are pretty meager.
Okay, because I mean, there's some basic ways that the church, in my view, as someone that started out my grad school and Mormon Stories years, concerned about the church's LGBTQ policies, there are ways that I perceive the church got better. So it used to be that it was a choice to be gay, that being gay was from masturbating, or that being gay was from being abused as a child, or having a mom who was distant, or a mom who is overbearing and a dad who is distant, whatever those things were, sin basically, or bad parenting. Were you taught anything around those perceptions?
No. I feel like they had come far enough that really it was just love them and try to make them feel like they've got a spot here,
And so then there's the typical pray it away, pray the gay away, the atonement can help you change, or conversion therapy. Were you taught anything about whether it was something that could be changed through obedience and faithfulness and repentance?
I think my generation of missionaries, I remember friends going out on missions who that definitely tried to get past their inclinations by those means. I feel like by the time I was teaching, we had shifted enough that it was just, I mean, if anything, it was going to come from counseling with their bishop. They just didn't really want us involved with it much. We referred them to church resources. And later, as I kind of developed and was more nuanced, I would let those students know that I'm an advocate and that I'm there for them. And I feel like many of them really, really appreciated that. But then you had the Orthodox students who didn't appreciate that.
I guess in my hopeful mind, I'm envisioning this sort of like, okay, you're a CES teacher. Let's do the LGBT little talk.
Yeah.
It's, it's not a choice. It doesn't go away. Celibacy is not the answer. Mixed orientation marriages aren't the answer. Conversion therapy isn't the answer. Praying it away isn't the answer. I would imagine some sort of education formally for CES instructors around those basics.
I mean, that I can remember, no.
None.
I mean,
and that's in the past 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And the thing is, if you had a really progressive and good boss, I remember those topics coming up, but it was all lunchtime conversations. It was, you're talking with your peers, and I had a really progressive and awesome supervisor who, I think we would talk about those things, but I don't remember being trained in any way specifically for LGBT issues. We were trained a lot, especially recently, even in the last few months recently, there's been a huge focus on answering gospel questions or tough questions students come to you with. But that's only been in the last few months, and I think that's probably because we're heading into some of the trickiest waters of content as we go into the second half of Doctrine and Covenants next year. So
did you ever get in trouble, or do you think you were perceived negatively for being too much of an LGBT advocate as a seminary teacher? Is that even a thing, or?
Yeah. So, this was unbeknownst to me at the time, but one of my students, her dad, he actually used to be a seminary teacher, and eventually got hired on as a full-time assistant to the Quorum of the 70. And so just very devout, very Orthodox family. And apparently some of my teachings, what they said to my supervisor was that my teachings with regard to LGBT issues could come off as condoning, right? I was being too supportive or too affirming of those students. It could come off as condoning, and also that I made prophets seem too fallible. My supervisor, like I said, fantastic guy, very forward thinking. He knew I was just where I needed to be, and I was trying to be as loving and kind as I could. So he didn't even bring the issue up with me until the summer. He said it kind of in retrospect, like, by the way, this parent had this issue. They came and talked to me. I told them there was nothing to see there, right? You're awesome. Love ya, whatever. And so it kind of glazed past, and I thought it was over, and I was like, that's weird. I've never had anyone complain about my teaching before. Even teaching all these general authorities kids. But the real issue happened when that same family had a daughter going into 9th grade a year and a half later. So no new, and I think when they said that I made prophets seem too fallible, I had a student bring up in the middle of class a TikTok about Brigham Young saying some very racist things. And I just affirmed, yes, those quotes are correct. And prophets are not perfect, and this is a perfect illustration of the fallibility of prophets. And so that, and then affirming to my LGBT students, was too much for this family. So nothing new had happened. I hadn't taught anything differently or whatever, but this family had a daughter going into 9th grade the next year, and they were worried about the progressive seminary teacher, and I'm the only man in the building. So if they're going to send their daughter to seminary, it's going to be with me. So they chose to bring up the same issues, the same complaints with my new supervisor. But like in the church, you play bishop roulette and you don't know who you're going to get. Supervisor roulette is the same, and it can make or break your experience, because this new guy had just come in from the curriculum department, super Orthodox, super scared of scholarship. And it was dicey with the next supervisor.
So the extent to which you were sort of LGBT affirming and willing to acknowledge the imperfections of church leaders, that counted against you in your evaluations, and made families in the local area want to report you to your supervisors.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. And of course, they never bring it up with you, right? This could be a conversation, and I could give context. I could let them know that their daughter was in that class with my gay student who was closeted, and that me being so loving and kind is trying to let him know, hey, you've got a place here. And it still didn't work. Being that affirming still didn't make it hospitable enough for him. But so they went above me to my supervisor. First time, it was no big deal. But the second time, I just barely got this boss. I'd never even met him. My family went and we directed a scout camp for like a month. I took time off to go direct a scout camp for a month. And in that time, we switched supervisors. So I came home from scout camp, and the very first day, my new boss calls me into his office and sits me down and just says, so I've had these complaints. Parents are coming and telling me that you're too affirming, that you make prophets seem infallible and all that stuff. And I was devastated. Like, here I am. I'm trying to be the apologist who's like making space. I just want to make sure these kids don't hurt themselves, and they have a space in the church where they can thrive and know that they have a spot. And I was devastated, because he just laid down the law and said there can be no question as to where you stand. And if parents are having these concerns and bringing them up with me, then there's a question.
What's complicating about that, we talked about this before on Mormon Stories, but myself, Travis Stratford, Greg Prince, Hans Matson got together and did a survey of like over 3,000 people who left the church in like the 2010 time period, put together a report and gave that to church headquarters and Uchtdorf and others.
Left it on his desk, right?
Yeah. And the main finding was not that it was peepstones or polyandry or masonry or the temple. It was people feeling lied to.
Yeah.
And sort of like a cousin to that is having had the expectation that general authorities were perfect or church leaders were perfect and then finding out they were flawed. So the idea was, again, this inoculation idea, teach them the history and teach them that church leaders are imperfect. And if they have that expectation from high school, then later when a leader makes a mistake or they learn something, antibodies already built up to say that's not a big deal. Whereas if they're discouraging you from talking about the fallibility of the brethren and instead wanting you to perpetuate prophetic infallibility, then they're setting up their students for more disillusionment later.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, setting me up for disillusionment later.
Right.
Because the thing is, I knew the tricky parts of history when it comes to polygamy and all that stuff. But honestly, one of the biggest steps in my faith transition was when I learned the real history of race in the priesthood. When I started listening to Matt Harris, this was before his fantastic book, Second Class Saints, but when I started listening to Matt Harris and his interviews on Gospel Tangents, and I started realizing how complicated these histories were, I was good on the 19th century stuff. I could apologetics that up and down, but they have tried to keep, or even the dismantling of the church history department with Leonard Arrington. Greg Prince's book on Leonard Arrington and the writing of Mormon history just blew my mind because I thought I had gone down all the rabbit holes, but not in recent church history because they keep it so secret and they try to hold it back. But honestly, if I would have had a more nuanced picture of prophets from the get-go, it might have made a difference for me when it comes to retaining me as well. So yeah, it's definitely biting themselves, like they're hurting themselves in trying to cover this up because I was trying to help these students not be upset by Brigham Young later by acknowledging, yeah, that happened. He said that.
So I would imagine they might encourage, like, on the one hand, Rick Bennett, he's been on Mormon Stories or I've been on his show. Faithful guy. That's the whole point.
Oh, yeah.
He's a faithful guy, but he's also doing honest discussion of factual history with scholars.
Yeah.
So, but I would imagine the church teaching its educators the same as it teaches its members, which is stay away from anything that isn't pure authoritative doctrine. So I would see them thinking of like Gospel Tangents with Rick Bennett as being a slippery slope to Mormon Stories or CES letter. So that's a long way of asking, what in the heck were you doing as a paid full-time Mormon church seminary teacher in Bountiful of all places? What were you doing listening to unapproved, uncorrelated, unofficial, non-prophetic inspired podcasts or YouTube channels?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
Well, I would never touch yours.
Okay.
Like yours was off limits, like I said. But when Rick is this faithful guy, and he's interviewing a lot of the time faithful scholars as well, right? You have more of a sense of security. And I'd always just bought into the whole, hey, we've got the truth. We don't have to be scared of learning things, right? If it's the truth, it can withstand scrutiny. Unfortunately, it can't withstand scrutiny in a lot of cases. And that's why scholars have been this plague to the church for so many years, right? But I think a big part of it was President Ballard's injunction to me in that talk. He said not only to know the gospel topics essays like the back of our hands, but he said to go to, he actually approved of scholarship. He said, go to the best. And granted, he was talking about faithful Mormon scholars, but he even included scholars in there. And so if I have a place where I'm able to learn about these things that my students are going to have questions about, I thought it was my duty. It was incumbent upon me to prepare myself to answer their questions. So that's really the gist of it. Is I really felt the need to prepare myself to answer these students' sincere questions. And the best way to do that is going to the people who know best, because honestly, any half glance at our history lets us know the general authorities don't know the history well enough, So go to the scholars who do know the history. That way I'm better equipped to answer students' questions.
So this is sounding almost identical to my experience as a seminary teacher in 2000.
Yeah.
I started studying the church history in the fullness of times, Seminary and Institute manual.
Yeah.
And that taught me enough. You learn about the Kirtland Bank scandal. You learn about, Mountain Meadows Massacre or whatever, you learn about polygamy. It acknowledges it. Then you're like, whoa, all these things that I kind of thought were anti-Mormon and false
are just true.
They're being acknowledged in a faithful way, lightly touched on in the Seminary Institute manuals.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, where can I learn more? And that's when I start going to...
And it snowballs.
It snowballs. So tell us how your snowball happened.
Yeah. So I feel like it actually started with my graduate.
And how long
So
ago?
this would have been 3 years ago.
Okay.
I feel like it started before it went into like church history and race and priesthood and the lifting of the priesthood ban. I feel like the first thing that really started to unwind and unravel those things for me was my graduate program. So in seminary, the church does help fund your master's degree. And so we own a small business, my wife and I. And so at first I was just going to do an online MBA, power through it, get the pay raise, move on, But then it was during the summers. And like we said, I'm contracted during the summers and there's not a lot to do. You can lesson prep and in-service and trainings as much as you want. But during the summers, I was teaching myself Hebrew and Greek because I wanted to go back to the original, like to these documents and read what it really said, And so I realized, why am I doing an MBA when the church will fund my master's in anything? Why not do biblical studies? And at first I wanted to do biblical languages because I always just loved learning different languages so much. And so I wanted to find a school that would teach me biblical Greek and biblical Hebrew. And so I started looking for different schools, and I was actually pretty surprised because not a lot of them, first of all, not a lot teach it. Not a lot teach it remotely because I can't pick up and leave without losing my job as a seminary teacher. But not a lot of them will take Mormons because a lot of these schools that do teach those things are the hyper-conservative Christian churches that I would get 3/4 of the way through the application process or finish the application process, and they find out I'm a Mormon and they're like, sorry, we can't have you. So I got turned down from quite a few, and I finally found one, Faulkner University in Montgomery, Alabama, fantastic school, and had a great experience there. And it was even very conservative. It was a very conservative school. But I went in, they're all talking about biblical infallibility and how the Bible's perfect. But I went in as the rogue Mormon who's like, actually, I don't think the Bible's perfect. I believe the Bible to be the word of God as long as it's translated correctly. So I was actually a lot more open than all of my peers to higher criticism when you're going in and trying to be realistic about what these texts are and what they aren't, you know? And so as I kind of had permission compared to my peers, they all had to stay within the bounds of the Bible's perfect. I didn't have that. So I felt a lot more open to just pursue the best scholarship and higher critical scholarship. Dave Bokovoy's interviews are way more than I could ever do, and they're fantastic in explaining those issues impact Mormon scripture on such a profound level that I just had no idea. I was blown away when I started realizing that Nephi would have left Jerusalem. He would have left before the destruction and therefore would not have had most of Isaiah or the last portion of Isaiah, 2nd and 3rd Deutero and Trito Isaiah.
So 600 BC was before the
587 when Jerusalem fell. So Nephi splits sometime before that. Any words of Isaiah that he would have had on those plates of brass and taken with him to the New World would not have included the portions of the book of Isaiah that are most commonly quoted in the Book of Mormon. It's just permeates the entire narrative, not just 2nd Nephi, right? These things, and then add on the fact that we've got the Sermon on the Mount as written in the King James Version, and Jesus just happened to give this version of the Sermon on the Mount.
Well, why wouldn't he give the same talk twice?
Except that's not what he gave, you know? And so as I'm
Wait, what do you mean?
diving into critical scholarship and realizing how the Gospels build on each other, how Matthew and Luke draw from Mark as a primary source and different things. As I'm going through those studies and realizing Scripture's not what I thought it was, but then you've got prophets teaching things as if it were exactly what they've always told you it was, right? And so just so many things are problematic. The words of Isaiah wouldn't have been on the plates for Nephi. And granted, there are lots of ways that you could kind of say, okay, well, Joseph was inspired around a historical kernel. You can make things work apologetically. You can say, I don't believe the Book of Mormon to be a historically true, but it still has truth. You can do the mental gymnastics and stuff. But as I start reading these things, one of the things that really took a blow for me was Joseph Smith's translation, just not being because I don't know about you, but I was always taught Joseph Smith's translation is a revision of the Bible where he is correcting all of these errors, right? The reason we need Joseph, the reason we need modern prophets is because the biblical text has been so corrupted, right? So as I'm pursuing my master's in biblical studies, I start being exposed to all of these just really top of the line scholars and seeing where Scripture had developed from. And honestly, that really changed things with the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible for me.
Yeah. Why was that infected?
So I love the use infected there. But what happened was I remember studying a book, Misquoting Jesus by Bart Ehrman. You've had him.
You're reading that as a seminary teacher?
Oh, yeah. I was pretty nuanced by this point, right? But I remember reading that and just realizing, holy cow, there are so many things that just straight up weren't in the original manuscripts and were later additions by scribes. And in theory, that's what Joseph's correcting in his Joseph Smith translation. And so I remember reading and just having my mind blown that when Jesus is talking about his second coming in Matthew 24, he talks about, so this is the King James Version, right? But of that day, But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels in heaven, but my Father only. But if you go to Mark, which is actually the earlier gospel that Matthew is probably drawing from, right? It says not only does no man and the angels in heaven don't know when he's coming, it says neither the Son, but the Father. So that phrase, neither the Son, I was like, holy cow. In the early gospel, Jesus is admitting, I don't even know when I'm coming back. But then in the later ones, it made so much sense that scribes would be uncomfortable with that and take it out, right? And I thought, that's a change by a scribe. Wouldn't that be cool if Joseph caught that in his Joseph Smith translation and fixed it?
Yeah.
How faith affirming would that be?
Yeah.
So I reached behind my seminary desk and grabbed the Joseph Smith, his inspired translation of the Bible, and I go through, and he didn't find the error. And I'm like, okay, well, prophets aren't perfect. It's okay. And then I was curious, I wonder what he did with Mark, that original one that was more accurate, right? It was more accurate. Jesus is acknowledging not even the Son of Man knows the day or the hour that the second coming will happen. And I go to Mark, and he has removed that phrase. So basically what Joseph Smith's translation did was, not only did he not catch the scribal error, but he took the more accurate earlier gospel, because he was probably uncomfortable with it, and adjusted it to make it less correct. And so that just kind of rewrote. And at first I remember leaving thinking, okay, well, I don't think prophets are perfect. It's fine, but it made me shift my view of what a prophet was, right? He's not catching these things. There's not mystical help. He's just doing the best he can,
Which explains why you start emphasizing to students that prophets aren't perfect, because you're discovering that more and more in that process yourself.
I'm in the thick of it, and so I'm learning about all these things. And then I feel like when it comes to church history, the polygamy and blood atonement and all that stuff, I had already delved deep into that. But what I didn't know was the real history on race and the priesthood. I didn't know that Hugh B. Brown was campaigning to have this ban repealed. I didn't know how close they were.
In the early 60s.
Literally, with David O. McKay having a black man ready to be ordained and saying, I can't do it for I fear the brethren. I had no idea about that history. I dove deep in our early history, but I was blindsided by that. And it wasn't like faith shattering for me, but it just renegotiated what prophets were. All of a sudden I'm like, okay, well, Hugh B. Brown was right, and wanting to repeal the ban.
He was outvoted.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And it blew my mind when I realized Marky Peterson had to get sent to South America for them to be able to unanimously, and they had to wait till Delbert L. Stapley was in the hospital, and to be able to unanimously repeal the ban,
This is in 78.
In 78. And so I remember just learning that stuff. And so I'm like, all my students need to know this stuff. So I just started teaching very openly. Like, I wouldn't go out of my way. I didn't feel like it was on me to force all this on them and stuff. But if something came up, if a student had a question, then I would just try to handle it. And I know everyone has their own spin, their own bias, but I would try to just be as unapologetic and just, hey, you deserve to know the truth and to have informed consent. And so I would address those issues very directly. And so that also made my new supervisor very uncomfortable. It was just such a weird dynamic with him, because from the first day I met him, just there can be no question where you stand. You're with the brethren or you're not, and making me feel like my job's on the line for trying to be empathetic and loving to these youth.
And historically accurate.
Yeah. And so...
and honest.
Yeah, but he would often just say things like, let's make sure we're careful about which wells we get our water from,
Because he would monitor, because they used to come in and watch my lessons, take notes, and then give me feedback. Is that how they... So it'd be, I guess it could be students telling on you or their observations.
And the thing is, I feel like the vast majority of my lessons, there was never an issue. I really tried to teach. Yeah. I knew I was expansive in my thoughts, so I tried to teach the parts of the material, the parts of the manual that I felt like were true, and teach it honestly. I was very careful about my testimony and saying what I believe versus things that in the past maybe I would have said I know. But he ramped up the observations like crazy. Whereas my past supervisor, who was super forward thinking, super awesome, he saw me maybe once a term. So like 4 times in the year. I was observed like 15 different times this last year.
So you started getting observed with the greater frequency.
Oh yeah.
You were flagged as a concern.
And it might have also just been my boss. I feel like he dealt with scrupulosity as well. And he might have just felt like he had to be over the top, and maybe he was observing everyone a million times, but just so many of our interactions were like, hey, let's just be careful what sources we're going to and make sure they're faithful, and just trying to rein me in constantly, let me know. I remember one time we were on a hike for a faculty like bonding thing in the summer, and I was like, we were talking about some of the breakoffs of the church. And I was like, yeah, it's crazy. I had no idea there are like more than 400 different offshoots from the time. And he's like, where'd you hear that data? I'm like, from one of the leading scholars. He's in the community of Christ, right? But the book is called like Schisms in Mormonism. Like I'm reading these things, and he's like, that's not true. And I'm like, actually it is, And so later I would show him the book, and then he would respond with, be careful with John Hamer. That's who it is. John Hamer. Yeah. But yeah, so he was just very uncomfortable with how open I was throughout the whole year. And you
would think that a supervisor in the CES system would know more than you about all this stuff, because they had been there longer and had heard it all and had kind of made their way up the ranks. But you're saying the bubble persists even with CES leadership.
Yes, but also I feel like sometimes the more you know, the more defensive and aggressive you have to be. Think about it. This girl who her parents complained about me twice. Yeah. The only complaint I ever had about my teaching ever was from the same family twice. And it's from someone who used to be a seminary teacher, and before that, he was in the church history department. The guy knows how problematic this stuff is, which is, I think, why they feel a heightened need to be defensive if they ever see someone going out of those orthodox lines. And my supervisor was coming fresh. This was his first time being a principal in seminary, but he was coming fresh out of the curriculum department. I know he knows this stuff, but I think he also knows this stuff and knows how potentially dangerous it could be. And that's why he's like, no, we'll have none of it in the classroom.
But he's saying that's not true. When you tell him there are 400 schisms, and he's saying that's not true.
And yeah, I guess the bubble to that point
okay, so in some
is real.
So he knows some of the things, not other things.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so things just kept getting kind of dicier and dicier with that supervisor. And I just eventually started kicking back. Well, it was hard because at this point, like, I'm in the heart of my master's degree. We have 3 little kids. I'm serving in my 2nd bishopric. Ashley's starting to have questions and thoughts about the church. She even stops attending, know? And so...
And that can get you fired.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
Well, if I stopped attending, it could get me fired. I
have had conversations with CES employees. What happened was their spouse lost their faith, which then led to them potentially being divorced.
Oh, divorce definitely will get you fired. Yeah. That's still, I had a friend just a few years ago who got fired because of his wife chose to get a divorce. And so, yeah, there's just all sorts of pressure with this career. I mean, if you lose your testimony, you're out, right? If you get divorced, you're out. If you even get too nuanced, you can be out. If you can even be fined, like, for example, in my latest bishopric, which this is like recent, like I was literally released from this bishopric on Mother's Day of this year. So just a few months ago, I was still serving in the bishopric despite being agnostic about a lot of things, right? But I have a super forward thinking bishop right now. And he's super awesome. And I think he saw my inquiry and all that stuff as a gain, as a plus. And I think he wanted the youth to have people who have questions and stuff, but are grappling with that in a faithful way. So, but if you get the wrong bishop in bishop roulette or the wrong supervisor, your career can be over.
That's stressful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. Like, it took me out of the church. I think CES, Seminary and Institute, takes a lot of people out of the church. I've heard a lot of people say their faith crisis starts when they're teaching seminary. What about Joseph Smith stuff? So polygamy, Book of Mormon, DNA, peepstones in a hat, treasure digging. You haven't really talked about, you've only focused on kind of biblical criticism, higher criticism.
Because that's what took my testimony and kind of shifted it. Because I already knew the other stuff, even the polyandry and I'd read Rough Stone Rolling and I'd read articles and like when it comes, even the treasure digging stuff, the just really weird stuff, I was like, okay, God used that as a way of, that was Joseph Smith's cultural milieu. And he was using that to bring the truth. I think in the end, if Joseph really did see our Heavenly Father and Jesus Christ in that grove, my testimony from my mission on was very much, if that happened, it's Gordon B. Hinckley's dichotomy, right? Of either that happened and it's the greatest cause in the world, or it didn't happen and it's a sham. And I was like, no matter how much negative stuff would come up, I'm like, okay, I don't understand his polygamy. I don't understand the polyandry, especially. I don't understand all of this stuff, but I really believe he was a prophet.
Okay. So let me just try and think through your mindset. So you're thinking, if God restored his one true church to Joseph through the first vision and the priesthood restoration and the establishment of the church, then it doesn't matter if Joseph was a treasure digger. It doesn't matter if we've got dates wrong, if Brigham Young was a racist. It doesn't matter if Joseph married 14-year-olds, because the true church was restored.
Yeah.
That made you invincible to a lot of the things that take people out.
And even if Joseph was wrong in marrying Helen Mar Kimball, and even if he was wrong in some of these things, as long as he was still a prophet, who either made mistakes or God commanded him to do wacky things that I don't understand, right? I could still hold on. But it's once I started redefining my definition of prophets that I got in trouble. And that comes from both the biblical text, right? Whether we're talking about Isaiah and me realizing, so much of what Nephi says is Isaiah, Nephi could not have possibly had on the plates when he left Jerusalem. Whether it's redefining how scripture was written or redefining prophets as in Joseph and all of his successors used the Bible at face value, despite all of the problems within it, So I guess I just thought, if it's a dichotomy and it's the church of God or it's the church of the devil or whatever, all the different things they've said. In my mission scriptures, I had a quote from Tad Collister that basically said, that's the genius of the Book of Mormon. There is no middle ground. It is either the word of God as it claims to be, or it is a sophisticated but diabolic hoax. And so I knew it wasn't a sophisticated and diabolic hoax. Therefore, it's true. Yeah. So I feel like no matter how many problems got thrown out, I was just able to say, okay, prophets aren't perfect. Hey, there's really awful things in our history. Let's own them. And I did. One of the things that was hardest for me was when I looked back and I saw the church had a history of not owning those things. So whether it's the priesthood ban, and I'm learning, holy cow, there were people who were advocating to have this repealed. And there were educators, the Benyon Report, right? And all of these different things, people wanted to make this happen. And anyone who kind of was ahead of the brethren kind of just got sacrificed along the way, until the church was finally willing in 1978 to repeal the ban, right? And so learning that history made a big difference in my life, because I was like, okay, I can disagree with prophets. They disagree with each other. Some of them held on to racist views, and that's why the race ban was perpetuated for so long. So I gave myself permission to say, okay, if their views are racist, or in our modern day, if their views are homophobic, I give myself permission to disagree with them. And so that's when it really started breaking down for me, is me saying, okay, they're not always right. I could have disagreed with them on the race ban had I been in that era. I'm going to choose to disagree with them on this.
Okay, so you started to feel like you could disagree with the brethren, but what I'm hearing is kind of the fatal blow was when you started realizing the scriptures were problematic, contradictory, false, or corrupt.
Yeah.
That wasn't something you were able to nuance.
Yeah, because if you look at how Joseph or any other prophet used the scriptures, they used them with a complete misunderstanding of what the scriptures are. They would cite things that are later interpolations. They would use these really sexist verses and cherry pick them. I started to realize the way our prophets use scripture is to say whatever the heck they want, right? You can make scripture, if you're cherry picking and using a verse here, a verse there, you can make it say whatever you want.
I think that's called proof texting.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just one constant. And we see that I had a hard time teaching it's not scripture mastery anymore. You probably had to memorize. I had to memorize scripture mastery verses when I was in seminary. Now they're doctrinal mastery verses. And the focus is not on memorization, but it's basically key points of doctrine that they want to hammer home. But it's just all proof texts. Like literally 12 lessons a semester, I would have to dedicate the whole time to saying, like, for example, the stick of Judah and the stick of Joseph is a doctrinal mastery. And I would have to dedicate a whole class to see, look, isn't this a cool proof of the Book of Mormon? Joseph knew that this is the stick of Joseph that would be united with the stick of Judah, despite the fact that the Hebrew word for stick means it's wood, right? It's not a roll. It's not a scroll like I was told, It's not books coming together. And there's a reason scholars who actually know what they're saying, like Heber Snell, go to Joseph Fielding Smith and say, I'm not teaching that because it's not true, And so, I start disagreeing with a lot of those things, rewriting what prophets are. And then the other big blow to me was I knew the complicated past history. I did not know our history with abuse reporting in the church.
How'd you start learning about that?
Well, part of it was firsthand in my experiences with Kurt and McConkie. And then... Do
you want to talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So I had an incident in my class where it seems like sometimes management or supervisors make it seem like the most effective seminary teachers are the ones that can make students open up and be most vulnerable in class, which can be really problematic. You end up discussing a lot of things in a seminary class. And I remember, I don't know what it was, but we were sharing hard things that Christ has helped us overcome. And a girl raised her hand and started sharing a situation with her parents that sent up all the red flags, like not okay, something like this needs to be reported. And so, like usual, as everyone's leaving the classroom, I'm outside. I pull her aside outside and I'm like, hey, question, thank you for sharing that, right? Have you told anyone else about this? And she said, well, I told my aunt, because what it sounded like was really intense neglect and abuse, right? And so I just let her know, hey, I care about you. Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad your aunt knows. I am required by law to report anything like this. And the girl actually seemed pretty supportive. She was like, I get it. You can report this.
Wait, are LDS seminary teachers in Utah, do they conceptualize themselves as being mandatory reporters? That would surprise me.
No, I don't think they do on large scale. I did because That's what I was a public educator before.
And they are school
Yes,
teachers.
absolutely. And
Okay,
actually adults in Utah. Adults, period,
Right.
are mandatory reporters.
Okay.
And so
It's not the Mormon church taught you as a seminary teacher.
No, that was not.
You were a mandatory reporter.
No, in fact, I later went into my office and did what I was trained to do, which is to call the church helpline.
Yeah.
So she actually seems pretty supportive. So I just kicked into my educator role. Hey, I've got to report this. Thank you so much, and we're here for you, whatever. And she seemed pretty supportive. Like, yeah, you're fine. Thank you for caring about me and calling it in. And so the thing is, instead of calling DCFS, as all church leaders and employees are programmed to do, I immediately open my phone, and it's my first time having to call the abuse hotline, because we're taught immediately, if anyone says anything like that, to call Curtin McConkie. Right? We're not told that it's Curtin McConkie. It's just the abuse helpline, right? But I call them and I report it, and the lawyer on the other side of the line is like, well, thank you so much for calling. It doesn't seem like we'll have I don't think DCFS would have a good enough case to actually open an investigation on this. So don't call it in. And I kind of paused. I was like, so wait, I don't have to call it in? He's like, oh no, don't call it in. And so I'm like, okay. And I hang up, and I'm just dumbfounded. I'm like, what do I do? Because literally from the get-go, from the time she raised her hand, I knew that I had to call this. The educator pre-seminary teacher in me is like, I've got to call this in. It's my responsibility. And then I get told by the helpline, don't. So then I'm frantically searching online, okay, who's a mandatory reporter in Utah? And I find out, yes, I absolutely am. Anything the church wants with priest penitent privilege, this is not some penitent person confessing to me.
Victim.
This is a victim coming to me.
Yeah.
And so any argument for, oh, you don't have to, doesn't apply here. And I'm like, I'm a flipping mandatory reporter, and they're telling me not to report. And so I'm just kind of racked with guilt, because at this point, this was 3 years ago, I'm still very in the boat, I feel very bad going against church authority. So I pull open our emergency response guide for seminaries and institutes. And I'm like, well, I'll go through and see if there's some sort of leeway for me to report this. But what I find in our under the topic abuse in our emergency response guide, it says, to protect confidentiality, never, highlighted in red, I didn't highlight that, in red, never discuss specific instances or allegations of abuse except as directed by the helpline or legal area counsel. So I'm like, I literally can never, this is supposed to die with me right here. This girl said she's in this situation that I don't want her to have to keep enduring. And then it goes on to say, and it even seems like our policy used to kind of teach teachers to prevent reporting if possible. It says, when it appears that a student might talk to a teacher about a personal or family involvement with abuse, the teacher should first explain that he or she is required to report allegations of all types. I explained that after she had confessed to me, right? I explained, hey, I'm going to have to report this. But this almost seems like preemptively try to get them not to report. But if it even seems like they're going to report to you, you need to hop on and say, hey, whoa, I'm required to report this, and see if that'll stop it. But then it says teachers should never try to assume the role of bishop or branch president. He did ask me to reach out to her bishop and stuff, but a bishop is not a counselor, is not a social worker, is not qualified or trained to handle something like that. It says, do not discuss or report the matter with anyone unless directed to do so by the helpline or legal counsel. Then at the bottom it says about how we're not supposed to fill out an incident report or take notes or write anything down about this. So I'm looking at this policy and I'm like, okay, I can't write anything. I can't talk to my supervisor. I can't talk to the counselors down the street. This is supposed to stay with me, according to what Curtin McConkie just told me. I eventually couldn't handle that just my conscience. And so I went down the hill and told the school counselor, thinking, well, maybe the counselor could report it or whatever. But she...
Let me ask you a question. So I'm trying to remember when the Michael Resendez AP article came out that where we're on Mormon Stories, we did the episodes on the hotline and the child abuse cover-ups. I'm pretty sure that was summer of 22, so 3 years ago. Yeah. Do you remember whether this stuff you're experiencing was before the huge hotline AP hubbub or during or after?
I don't know, because when I heard of the AP thing, like we said with the bubble, a lot of these things I would hear about and keep them on the periphery, right? And so like, oh man, there was an abuse scandal in Arizona, right? But I didn't necessarily go down that rabbit hole because it's recent stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, I'm sure.
So you weren't influenced by all that?
No, I don't think so.
This is just you. And
and so I'm just on there, and I know my situation. Obviously, when I did report it, I don't think a case was filed. And so it's not like it's this drastic, in my case, this huge overarching abuse that was covered up, but just the fact that the policy was, oh, we don't have enough, just don't report it. And so I eventually go and talk to the school counselor and say, this is what she said to me and everything. And the school counselor just looks at me and says, you're going to report this, right? I'm like, well, I don't know if I technically can't. And she's like, you need to report this. She said it to you. And so that empowered me. So I was like, okay, I'm going to report it.
Had you been taught anything about, as a Mormon church educator in high schools, how you should or shouldn't interact with the high school, child psychologists or, counselors to mental health counselors to students?
Yeah, really the only training or the only thing that I knew to do is like, if there was ever a mention of suicidal ideation, I was to basically put class on hold, have someone come cover my class and walk the student to the counselors across the street. Okay. But really, when it comes to that, I had really good relationships with the counselors. At the junior high, I was the only teacher. And so I worked really closely on, hey, I've got this student who's struggling. How can I best help them? So, but I wasn't trained formally on really much other than if it's serious mental health, like self-injury stuff, to use them as a resource by walking them over.
Okay. So this counselor's telling you got to report because it's the law.
Yeah. And I already knew it was. And so I was like, you're right. I'm a mandatory reporter. I'm going to report this. And so I walked up to the building and called DCFS and filed my report. And they said, thanks. And I felt so much better. I felt so relieved. But at the same time, I'm still super Orthodox and feel bad going outside of church authority.
Yeah, you defied church direction.
So I called the hotline back and let them know what I did.
Oops.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking I don't want them to find out I reported it and not tell them.
Yeah.
So basically I made it sound like with the helpline, the school counselors were involved too, ignoring the fact that I involved the school counselors. But I basically said school counselors were involved too, so we thought it was best to report it. And so the lawyer didn't think much of it. He was like, okay, thanks for letting me know. Bye. Right. But what I didn't realize is that later on, I would find he went back and altered that file. And we can get to that in a second. But fast forward 2 years, a year and a half. But this was actually just this last year. And the nice thing was I knew I was probably on my way out of seminary and institutes when this happened. But I had another incident come up in my class. It was totally separate. There was something that happened in the bathroom where I'm a one-man building, which is a security issue in and of itself, right? Like if I'm in the classroom and students are in the bathroom, right? Like I didn't even know that another student had come in late at that point. And so there's a lot of kind of risks with just being out there on your own too. But I called and reported something. And at the end, this time, to their credit, and it might be because they were getting a lot of heat, like you said, but they recommended I report. Granted, the police were already involved in this case. And in between these two instances, I had listened to Heaven's Helpline, the podcast from New Zealand that really just opened that wide open for me, you know? And I realized, and it just resonated so much. I was like, case is way worse, so infinitely worse than what I was asked not to report, have been asked not to report. And it was so unsettling. That was probably one of the big things in kind of unraveling my view of the church. Because even when it's like, okay, the truth claims might not be there, it's like, hey, well, it's a good institution. It does good things.
Right.
I can still be a part of this. It's my culture.
May not be true, but it's good.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, but then when you hear them offering to pay out victims not to talk about their story, and when you hear about these cover-ups, you're like, maybe it's not that good, you know? And so at the end of this call with Kurt and McConkie, they said, okay, you'll report it. Thanks. Do you have any other questions? And I asked this lawyer, and it's a different lawyer than the first time. I asked him, I have a question. Why was I told not to report when I called in 2-3 years ago? And he just sounded frazzled and was like, well, we always tell you to report. And I've just listened to Heaven's Helpline. I'm like, no, you don't. You don't always tell people to report. That's a huge issue. And so he's like, well, I would have to go and review the file, but I can give you a call back. And I was like, please do. Because honestly, it's something that I've dealt with for years. I'm glad I did the right thing and called it in. But I have felt burdened by this policy that if anyone says something and the helpline tells you not to tell anyone, that you're like bound to secrecy according to your policy. I have felt like so heavy with this over the last few years. So the lawyer eventually calls me back and he's like, well, I reviewed your files and I'm sorry, you must be mistaken because it says that we told you to report.
Ooh.
Yeah. And so he's like, I'm looking at after every call, the person on the other end keeps notes, and it says simply that this girl mentioned something problematic in class and that you called the hotline and we told you to report, and that was it.
See, prior to Resigned, the policy was they destroyed any record of those conversations at the end of the day of that conversation.
Which is a lie, by the way. It's an absolute lie.
Oh.
Yeah. So the thing is, I even found there was something, because I looked up the testimony where you've got a church lawyer in Arizona testifying and saying, hey, we destroy all the documents at the end of the day. We destroy all the records of the calls at the end of the day. And this is, so 2-3 years have passed since the initial call, right? So I can at least see that they are maintaining records after that. So after that person under oath literally says we destroy the records at the end of the day, I have seen some of the records that they keep. And so I tell him, I'm like, okay, then why would I have felt burdened for years over this? Why would I have felt if you guys just told me to report like I wanted to in the first place, why did I feel like I had to go confess to the school counselor? Why did I feel like I had to go down and breach trust with you in order to do what I knew what was morally right? And they're like, well, all we can go off is what we've got in the notes, and the notes say that he told you to report. And so I said, well, because I had read up on some of our rights, I'm like, if you're the attorney representing me, I should have access to any files you have on me. And so I said, would you send me the file? I want to see that it says that. And he was really hesitant. He was like, no, well, I don't know. No one's ever asked that before and all that stuff. And he's like, I'll ask my supervisors about it and get back to you. So eventually, what happened was he ended up doing a Zoom call with me, right? And he did a Zoom call with me and he went through the file and showed me the original email, right? Showed me the original email. Utah's a one-party consent state when it comes to recording conversations. So I did record the Zoom call, and the conversation, was able to see some of the correspondence that they've kept on me. And it was really kind of enlightening, because whereas he was always very like, oh no, we always tell you to report. And like, I have no idea like why this would be a concern, and like super nice and fluffy. In his emails, it was a lot more just like, this guy's going to be an issue for us. How do we figure this out?
Whoa.
And yeah. And so they were worried about it, probably worried about something like this.
But talking to you like, oh, you're great.
And it's all just so, we always told you to report. It's no big deal. And I just felt so gaslit, just so like I would not have responded in any of these ways. And this has become like a formative, like I am like, so it got so bad that before I recorded the conversation and saw the email, what happened was I had to sit through a training at work where we went over the abuse response guide. You're supposed to, in your in-services, every year go through every part of the emergency response guide. And so this was all fresh on my mind, because I had just been told, actually, we always told you to report. There's no issue here. And I was so upset. And we have this emergency response guide, and you have to read through the fine print that says, don't tell anyone, don't write anything down, don't file a report, all this stuff. So I brought it up with my faculty, and I was like, why the heck is this our policy? This is not okay. And my faculty actually agreed with me, and they're like, yeah, you should take it up with HR. So I did. While Kurt McConkie was working on all this, and they were pending approval for me to see the file myself, I called, like I said, we have a really sharp HR director right now in seminaries and institutes. And I called her. And when I called her, she was like, well, I can't imagine that this is coincidence, but a few weeks ago, Kurt McConkie called me about potentially changing the policy on abuse in our emergency response guide. So she's like, before I tell you we're going to change anything, let's see what the lawyers come back with. And wouldn't you know, 2 weeks later, just in an email, like no big deal here, but in an email, it says updates to emergency response guide on the topics of abuse and like 2 other things, right? And kudos to them. They took what I said and they made a policy change. A lot of those problematic things that I read to you from the old emergency response guide have been shifted now.
Which is great.
Yeah.
But what that means is that for decades and decades and decades, with literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of students over the years, whenever seminary and institute teachers did find out about abuse happening, when they were mandated reporters in states like Utah, Kurt McConkie time and time again told them not to report.
Yeah.
Which kept children in harm's way at the express direction of Kurt McConkie, the church's law firm, and in effect, the Mormon church. Am I wrong?
Oh, no, that's exactly it. And so I felt very grateful, because at that point, since I knew I was kind of on my way out of seminary and institutes, I felt liberated to actually say what I think. Because it's just like in church leadership, you always just agree with the people above you, right? That's how you get promoted. That's how you move forward in the church, is just always being in sync with the leaders above you. But at this point, I didn't care. And so I felt very open in raising my concerns with my faculty, and they're like, call HR. So I did. And I'm very grateful that me feeling liberated led to this, because I did confirm he was kind of frantic in his email because I was recording the call, and he opened it up to the top of the file and then had to scroll down to the very first email, which is how I kind of got a view into the entire email stream about me.
It's weird that he was letting you see his screen.
I think they're just not used to this. They're not used to people.
They're not used to any scrutiny.
No.
Or pushback.
No, absolutely not. And so this is the first time I've ever dealt with this. What do I do? And I think they only agreed to let me see him because technically they have the legal responsibility to. And like I was probing, I was asking. And so this was the first time, but he literally opened up the files. You can see the basically giant Excel spreadsheet of it, like this case with this student. And the very bottom email was the first report. And he scrolled down and sure enough, it says, we asked him to report. That doesn't do a lot for me because I literally called the guy back and told him that I reported. But it does suck that they would come back and be like, no, we told you to do the right thing the whole time, you know? But the cool thing about seeing those emails, that text stream, was that I was able to confirm that it was my advocacy that helped make the policy. It was the lawyer that I was working with on this case was the one who emailed. You can see it in those screenshots that he suggested a policy change. And so I'm grateful that it helped impact a policy change. And I feel like when people actually do speak up and when people actually do say what they feel, when they feel liberated to do that in the church, things change in the church. And I'm glad that I was able to do that. And initially I had thought I was going to be able to do that for a career. But eventually I just got to the point where I was like, I don't think 30 years here is feasible. I could have really great supervisors who are super forward thinking like I've had in the past, but one wrong supervisor and I've got them breathing down my neck and saying my job's on the line because I'm not orthodox enough. And I think another big thing is I had always wanted to pursue the PhD and be in higher education in the church. I had always had church schools like BYU and stuff in kind of on my mind, at least as a potential goal, because the church right now we're in a phase where they're not hiring the best scholars. They're going more towards conservative. They want, and literally as a 9th grade seminary teacher, I'm getting emails from BYU sent to every seminary teacher, release time seminary teacher, saying, if you have a PhD in education, come apply for BYU. And these are PhDs in education because they don't want people qualified in ancient scripture or in church history. Like literally for the church history department position, they're saying we would prefer a PhD in education because then they can have the credentials and be scholars and have no idea what the heck they're talking about. But so I had always had that kind of on my mind. I had always envisioned myself after my master's in biblical studies, trying to go coordinate, be one of those seminary and institute employees that is teaching institute, but mostly taking care of all the stake called teachers in the area. I wanted to go coordinate adjacent to a big university and get a legit PhD, because if you're from seminary and institutes, but have the credentials, that's kind of the golden area for BYU, because then they can say, look, we've got scholars, but they're also conservative, right? And so I had really wanted that. And I really felt like being the progressive bishopric member or the progressive leader, progressive institute teacher, professor. I thought that was feasible for me, but I remember reaching out to a scholar at BYU who I really, really respect and admire, and kind of calling him and asking if you could do this again and take a different path, would you? And the answer was absolutely. The church education path and being just constantly feared and set aside, moved out of the religious education department, all these different things. Like I just realized this, I can keep trying to fight this my whole life and eventually get kicked out when I cross the line too far, or I can choose to step out now on my own terms.
The BYU professor said, don't do it? said he wouldn't do it?
Yeah, just speaking to his younger self, he would have taken another route.
Yeah.
Because he didn't realize how hard it would be on his family.
Yeah. And was the hardest part maybe of all this seeing how disinterested or even opposed the church is to protecting children who are experiencing abuse?
Yeah, I think that for me was just kind of the linchpin of like, okay, I can say, oh yeah, this is my culture and this is good. I'm contributing to something good all I want. But in the end, if they're not putting children first, I mean, the historical Jesus, I feel like, would have a lot to say about church leadership today. If you look at it, and first of all, historical Jesus, we only know what we can, like, hopefully get from the biblical texts, but he consistently, I feel like our prophets today are less biblical prophets, but more priests, and that kind of dogmatic letter of the law those were always the people who received the most scathing rebukes from the Savior, or from Jesus.
Yeah. A couple questions just about being a CES teacher in 2025 in the Mormon Church. So first, we hear reports that the church is hemorrhaging its teenagers and its Gen Z and millennial cohorts. Are you seeing that? Have you seen that over the past 5 years of the church hemorrhaging its high schoolers and young adults, or not? And did you hear talk in the church where the church tells its educators that it's hemorrhaging its youth, or not?
No, the church tries to always frame it really positively. I mean,
even internally.
Yes. The thing is, they've doubled down. I think they knew there was an issue. There was a huge campaign to innovate institute and try to retain those the young adults that they were losing, which I think they really were, but I feel like they've doubled down so much on Seminary and Institute in other parts of the world that they can always say, look, we're growing, like if you look at the line, actually Seminary and Institute enrollment has increased slightly. And I was able to look, breaking down the individual countries and stuff. A lot of that growth is happening. Like you can actually highlight red different areas that were actually having less enrollment, 10% or less enrollment from the year before, right? So you could highlight in red those areas of the world, and you could see England and different places like where it is plummeting. But the growth in Africa has been so expansive that it's compensating in numbers. And so they're able to say, look, we have more students than we ever have been. Right. And so that's been the big push right now, is they're like congratulating us. Your efforts on enrolling people are doing so much good. But a lot of these seminary and institute students are like in developing nations.
I've also been told, I think, that this Pathways, it's basically super cheap online education that can help you get an associate's or a bachelor's degree from the United States. That's being shared everywhere as a missionary tool. And they're requiring everyone who enrolls in Pathways to enroll in Seminary and Institute.
Yeah.
And so in that way, they're kind of padding the numbers.
Totally.
So that as high schoolers and college students are declining to enroll in Seminary and Institute, those numbers get offset by all the people who are falling into the Pathways funnel. That's my understanding. What's your understanding?
No, I could see that, but they would definitely bring just these stories of chapels just overflowing in the Democratic Republic of Congo, right? And like just all of these people desperate for education, and the church is using education in order to help funnel people not only into seminary and institutes, but also into the church, right? Through baptism and stuff like that. But yeah, so I just feel like the hemorrhage and stuff, they always phrase it. I mean, heck, you have apostles say we're growing at rates never before, even when the numbers definitely don't seem like that. And I feel like seminary and institutes is the same way. They always have to keep the positive spin. If there are negative numbers, they don't really talk about them until we've skewed them slightly positive. And then we say, hey, look, there was a dip, but now we're higher than ever.
So you think they're cooking the books?
Yeah, for sure.
Both for the CES seminary and institute enrollment, and also for growth of the missionary program?
Yeah, I think they definitely have an image that they want to uphold, and they work hard to make the data agree with that.
So do you have an opinion on how they could claim in the trailing 12 months the best global growth in missionary program that they've ever had, not just in Africa, but in all regions everywhere?
I have no idea. It's some of the claims that I hear, it's just really frustrating.
You're not
no,
buying it.
0%. And the thing is, like, how many of these students are we talking enrolled versus completion? Because if you're enrolled, you look at some of these countries and their completion rate, whoever is actually getting the credential, right? The seminary certificate for doing 4 years, like so low on in some of these countries, like, and maybe they're getting it more because of pathways, right? If it's required for them, they'll get it, you know? But yeah, I feel like there's just a lot of manipulation when it comes to that information.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it's almost like Pathways is the new baseball baptisms or soccer baptisms program. Because instead of saying you got to get baptized to join a baseball league in the UK or Japan, or you got to get baptized to play, or come get baptized after you play soccer in Latin America, it's you gotta, join Seminary and Institute, and or it helps to become a member to do Pathways.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the thing is, like, it's working. Like, there's growth there, at least when it comes to numbers. And I feel like that keeps the average member here looking at, like, look, we're growing. It's progress. The Lord's work is the stone cut out of the mountain without hands is rolling forth, which also is not what that biblical text means. But
Yeah. Okay, so back to the question of, are you seeing a lot of Mormon youth in high schools right now, at least in Bountiful, leaving the church or not? Or is Bountiful a place where a Mormon kid really can't leave?
I don't know. There's so much pressure. You look at those missionary walls on the inside of the seminaries. They've just got the map of the world, and every year you've got the seniors and they put their picture next to where they're going, right? I didn't have that. I don't remember that in Clearfield, at Clearfield High or in Syracuse.
I didn't have that.
No, but literally, if you go to, there's one at Davis High, there's one at Layton High right now, there's one at Bountiful, but just these walls of all the missionaries and where they're going. And it's just such this celebration of, like, it's an insane number of missionaries. You look in and you're like, holy crap, we just from this high school, we're sending 300 missionaries in like 1 year. Like, it's crazy. And so I feel like there's just so much pressure. It probably is harder. I definitely had lots of students stop attending, like between 9th grade to 10th grade year is where in seminary we see the biggest drop. And so I did have lots of students who their parents forced them to take it in 9th grade, and they took it and it was all right. And a lot of the time they're like, no offense, Brother Davis, but I'm just not interested. And I was like, cool. But yeah, so there were definitely a lot of drop-offs, but I think there's also a lot of cultural pressure to stay.
Okay, so you're not necessarily seeing a lot of high schoolers leaving the church. Or what about losing their faith? Coming to you privately?
Oh,
How about coming to you privately as a seminary teacher saying, I don't believe anymore, or bringing up controversial things in class?
Oh, controversial things all the time now.
Oh, really?
TikTok, yeah. Like I had like students asking about signs and tokens in the temple, like in the middle of seminary, and I'm trying to field that well, And so, did Brigham Young really say that he would rather asses vote than Negroes? And like they're just showing you the quote like on their phone from Brigham Young. And granted, I might have got more of that than the typical teacher because they knew I was willing to engage and not just brush it aside, But yeah, I would have students would bring up stuff a lot, and I always would have to walk that tightrope of, okay, how do I answer this just clearly and apologetically? Because I was really passionate about that, trying to handle things straightforward and not sugarcoat. But at the same time, when someone's like, asks about the priesthood ban and you've got 3 kids in the class saying, wait, there was a priesthood ban? It just trying to balance, what are parents going to think? What's my supervisor going to think? And eventually just all that juggling, I was just like, when it comes to retirement, I just need to go back to public education.
Would you say that the church is providing informed consent to its teenagers such that they're learning factual-based church history to an adequate level such that they can make an informed decision about whether they want to serve a mission or get married in the temple? How's the informed consent being provided by the church education system in 2025?
I don't think the church provides informed consent for its seminary teachers teaching, let alone the youth, right? Absolutely not. And I remember that was one thing as a bishopric member, I was just fuming at Kevin Pearson when he said, I was at Young Men's, and for Young Men's, we were watching that broadcast, and he looked at all of my young men in my ward and said, don't ask if you should serve a mission. The choice has already been made. Right? That's a stupid question. And I was livid. Because they phrase it as, no, of course there's no question, right? You shouldn't grapple with these things. You shouldn't try to learn these things. And yeah, I definitely do not believe the church has met criterion for informed consent.
Didn't Pearson say that up in northern, like Davis County area? Wasn't that quote?
Well, that one, from my understanding, it was like a Utah area broadcast.
Okay, yeah.
Because it was being broadcast. It was him and other church leaders. And all I remember from the whole thing was him saying that, because I was texting my wife just fuming. Just like, did he really just tell these youth not to even ask if they should serve a mission? It was just so asinine to me that I just was blown away.
He's telling people that they made that promise when they got baptized.
Yeah.
So the decisions
so
already
don't
been
question.
Made. Yeah.
Don't think about it. Just do it.
Yeah.
And granted, my mission was a really positive experience
Mine
for
too,
me,
overall,
and I learned a language and I learned different, like to love other cultures and stuff. But so many, there were missionaries who didn't fit the norm in my mission, right?
Yeah.
Who I feel like the president was really harsh on, and it was not a good thing for their mental health.
Yeah.
And it did take a toll.
Yeah. Okay. So not just the students, but the teachers are not being taught. And
like I said, there's no curriculum other than saying, go study the gospel topics essays.
Are they encouraging in 2025?
Yes. Most recently, Elder Renland did bring them up again, and it was kind of the be ready to answer questions, but don't cause any more questions.
But it's often, it seems like it's hot, cold, off and on.
Totally. For most of my time in seminary and institutes, I didn't feel like they were encouraging us to study the gospel topics essays very much at all.
So even though Ballard said that, it seems like it got backed off on by the administrators.
Yeah, I felt like Elder Anderson made it pretty clear in his a few years later, we can ease back on the whole know your stuff and answer their questions.
And I can see 2 reasons why. One would be, and we're geeking out, we're nerding out here. I can see why. 2 reasons. One is you want to have a leader on record saying that, because it kind of then can be always quoted.
We said it, right?
We said it, right? But
Go
then,
to the best scholars. Elder
Yeah.
Ballard said, trust the best scholars.
so I could see that you would want a leader to say that at some point, but then I could also see teachers start to read the gospel topics essays and not only talk about them with students, but also start to have doubts. And then I could see them go, whoa, chill out on these gospel topics essays. Maybe we didn't totally mean it. You
And
know
that's
what I mean?
kind of what I felt in
Okay.
leadership, that it swung back and forth. And now it's swinging back towards, you got to be able to answer their questions, because they're going to have a lot of them when we teach polygamy and race and priesthood next year.
That's coming out? What do you mean?
Well, so Official Declaration 2, we teach it at the end of Doctrine and Covenants.
Oh,
D&C 132 is where we officially address polygamy. And so I think they're really concerned about how seminary teachers will field those questions as they come up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's been a lot of emphasis on answering questions, but do it in the right way.
Yeah. Okay, last question. Did you get a sense for how much other CES teachers are struggling, doubting versus not? Or is everyone afraid to talk to everyone else?
No, not necessarily afraid. There are some fantastic, awesome, progressive seminary teachers out there. Like super great, like really trying to make a loving environment for your student when they go to seminary, you know, just great people. But I feel like most people who have these thoughts or feelings filter themselves out. They end up removing themselves from the system. They take jobs elsewhere and they kind of filter themselves out. So I feel like it is rare the person who ends up going all the way through and like getting kicked out these days, because people, once they start having a faith crisis or once they start thinking differently, once they don't feel like they can bear their testimony like they used to the students, they usually kind of just take the back door, you know.
What are your thoughts on the Mormon church's current top apologists? So Terrell Givens, Richard Bushman, Patrick Mason, some would say that he is, some would say he isn't.
Yeah.
Is it Keith Erickson?
Yeah.
Brad Wilcox? Like, do you have opinions on, you know, who are they? And what are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I feel like Keith Erickson, he came and did a series of talks to all of the seminary and institute teachers a couple of years ago, kind of after he came out with his book. I can't even remember the name of it, but basically
Unshaken?
a real or rumor. Unshaken was that Patrick Mason?
Okay.
Or no. But Keith Erickson, I feel like he's going on these tours all over the world saying, hey, there's nothing to see here. Yeah, we'll talk about it, but it's all just culture. It's all just people who did the wrong thing. Like Mountain Meadows Massacre. Yeah, there are bad people who will do bad things inside of Mormonism and outside of Mormonism. And he kind of brushes it off as if there's nothing to see here, and does not in any way own up to the level of culpability that is there from the church and church leaders. And so I've been pretty frustrated as I've seen clips of him going around the world to New Zealand and England and all these places, basically saying, I'll give you enough so you think you know what you're talking about, and then I'll glaze over it and make it seem ludicrous to have an issue with this, you know? So Keith Erickson, that's there. Terrell Givens, I have so much respect for. I really think that Faith Matters crowd, for so long, Ashley and I, that was our crowd, right?
So you went to Restore?
Oh yeah, I've been to, it was a fantastic, I'm trying to think. I went the year that Pete Enns was the keynote speaker, because he's also one of my heroes in biblical scholarship.
Yeah. And
I love nerding out on that stuff. So, so I went to Restore and we love that group. It was interesting. Like, I even reached out to Faith Matters recently. Once they had Carrie Muhlstein on again, I was like, guys, like, just so you know, I love this. I love what you're trying to do. Just know that by having these kind of pseudo scholars on and pretending like there's validity to what they're saying, you lose part of your demographic. And they actually responded very like courteously to me. They seem like fantastic people, you know, but more and more, I feel.
Are these the hosts?
Yeah, yeah.
Back with you?
Aubrey and Tim Chavez, they're awesome.
They got back with you.
Yeah. So they said, thank you for the feedback and we love hearing it, but they've just kept getting more and more hyper conservative people on there. And so
they're trending conservative.
It feels like that to me.
And Julie Hanks is on the outs.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And I remember, a little while ago, them like clarifying what kind of church funds they receive and that they're part of this coalition for like basically positive church podcasting. And they seem a little on the fringes for positive church podcasting, you know, but the fact that they're taking money, I'm sure they have to have super conservative people. But for a long time, the Terrell Givens crowd was where we were at and just trying to think outside the box of traditional Mormonism. So I love that. Patrick Mason, honestly, his interview with you was one of the few that I let myself watch as a seminary teacher, you know, because I wanted to hear him engage with you. And so that was really awesome. So I've read all their stuff. Honestly, Terrell Givens is not problematic for me. The people who are problematic for me are some of the BYU scholars and apologists right now, like Josh Sears. I had no idea that I only recently listened to your David Bokovoy episodes and felt so much resonate with me because of my background in biblical scholarship and stuff like that. But you actually played on that episode with Dave Bokovoy a clip from Josh Sears, basically giving different ways that you can say there's no issue here with the Isaiah problem. And I had found that on my own before. And when I found it, I was just disgusted by it. It was just so dismissive in so many ways that I was like, this is not real scholarship. And so I have a lot harder time with those kind of apologists than I do with the Givenses, who I feel like are trying to create a bigger box for Mormonism. If you're trying to expand it, great. If you're trying to use bull scholarship to prop up the church's truth claims, I hate it.
Jared Halverson?
Halverson is kind of in the middle for me. He spoke at Restore when I was there. Yeah. He's kind of in the middle for me because I see him as one of the good guys, you know, because he's so loving. Right? He really goes out of his way to listen to people. And when he got in trouble, like, he apologized, right? When he said something problematic, he apologized. So I feel like if we had more like him, it would make a big difference and be awesome. And honestly, that was kind of more nuanced thinking BYU professor was what I had wanted to be someday, you know, but, with him, sometimes I struggle with his reasoning that he uses, but.
Okay. So just back to you weren't able to see other CES teachers in Faith Crisis or anything like that?
Not necessarily. Okay. Really, I had a friend who it was hard because the divorce took him out. And so that's difficult. And I have friends who are very progressive seminary teachers, but they're still in.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. So really quickly, why, I guess shifting a tiny bit, why hasn't the Restore approach stayed effective for you and your wife? Or maybe it has. Are y'all progressive, liberal, nuanced,
so
Restore Mormons now? Are you Faith Matters Mormons now?
No, we've stopped attending.
What changed?
So I feel like I know everyone has their bias, and you cannot get outside of your paradigm, right? But I feel like I've really tried to take the data and kind of follow them where they lead. And I feel like it was just too much for me. I could try to be a Mormon who doesn't believe in the historical Book of Mormon and try to make that work and try to find truth in it and testify of it. But it really just piled up so much that I didn't feel like I could do it anymore. And Ashley had already stopped attending. I was in the bishopric and fulfilling my calling, mostly because I just loved our bishop, and he's progressive and more and forward thinking. And so I was like, you have so much on your plate, man. I just want to take some of that off your plate. So I was still serving in the bishopric, but Ash had stopped attending and just felt like it didn't. She had also started writing a Substack called Staying and Straying, where she kind of goes through her faith journey in different tough topics. And I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not I do the footnotes for her, because I was doing it while still employed. But yeah, so she was just on this transition out, and I just felt like the data point towards a non-historical Book of Mormon. And I felt like that was a really big deal for me. And the data point towards just really fallible leaders who make some pretty atrocious mistakes. And I can even forgive those mistakes and we can move past them. But they refuse to do that. They refuse to acknowledge hurt. They refuse to make changes on things that are still currently affecting the students that were in my classes. I didn't know how I could be this progressive Mormon who wants to make a space for LGBT youth when the doctrine still isn't. And it'll change someday. It always does eventually when there's enough pressure and enough time. But I didn't feel like I could wait around for that.
So it wears you out to try and be a nuanced progressive Mormon. That's what I found that too.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
And then also, I guess the discoveries about the Kurt McConkie and the church's helpline and the church covering up child abuse, that often turns people who feel like, okay, it may not be true, but it's good, when the church is protecting child abusers at the expense of child victims. Then you start wondering if the church is good. Is that right?
You just draw a line and you're like, okay, that's not okay. And how good do I feel contributing to this cycle in the system, you know?
Yeah.
And so eventually Ash had stopped attending, and for another reason, the other counselor in my bishopric was going to be released due to personal circumstances, just family health stuff. And so my bishop was kind enough to come to me and say, hey, would love to keep working with you. You're super awesome. If you feel like this is a good time to transition out, just know I support you in that. And I felt like it was the right thing, so I asked to be released. And so, like I said, that's just this last Mother's Day. And since then, I've attended. I still attend once in a while and when I can or when I feel like doing it. But the other big thing is, as parents, we've just decided, like, if our kids really, they've always hated going to church. And so we're not going to force them, you know? And when we do bring them, we're a little worried about what they're getting in primary anyway. So there's not a lot of incentive to bend over backwards to try to be this progressive Mormon. And I think that's probably because the church's truth claims when it comes to this is the one true church, and the priesthood was literally restored, and the church kind of holds that over your head and says, hey, if you quit, you lose your eternal family.
Only we have the keys, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you find out the people restoring these keys are Elias and Elijah, who are the same person. Yeah. And Joseph just didn't know what he was talking about, like so many other prophets. And so the thing is, like, I think once I had let go of, okay, this is the true church. I had been very expansive, like, of course, God's going to save so many people outside of this church, right? But once I let go of, priesthood probably wasn't restored like they say it was. And the historical record supports that this was made up after the fact, right? The whole idea of, John the Baptist came and laid his hands on us, and Peter, James, and John came and ordained us, and all this stuff was brought up way after the fact, once Joseph started experiencing real pushback to his authority. And so I think once I let go of those things, it's like, why are we fighting so hard to make this work?
Mm-hmm. Did you mention in this interview that you were basically told by your leader in church education that you had no future? Did you get to that part? Or
So I don't know if they said that, like my supervisor.
Yeah, was that because you were whistleblowing around child abuse?
No. And I don't think it's that I had no future. I think they would have let me stay as long as I didn't tell them what I actually thought, right? Honestly, I can make a temple recommend and review work with all my nuance. And if I have the right leaders, they'll keep endorsing me and I'll keep my job. But if they knew what I actually believed about the Book of Mormon, if they knew that I believe it's basically Bible fan fiction, right? 19th century Bible fan fiction from the world of Joseph Smith. And anyone who says, it's so crazy that he could do this, it's exactly what Joseph would have written, So if they would have known what I believed, I wouldn't have had a future. But I think if I kept it to myself, I could have kept going.
But that's kind of toxic to just keep that to yourself.
Oh, yeah.
That you don't believe, but you're teaching it anyway.
And I never, once I got into these nuanced eras, I never taught anything I didn't believe. I was just very careful I would take out of the whole chapter. And even sometimes I had a lesson in the New Testament where I would have students focus on some verses that were super uplifting and beautiful and all that stuff. And then I would skip down there in the Pauline epistles and I would have them read something super sexist in the same letter, and I would kind of help them deduce, okay, what do we learn from this? Scripture, you can find beauty and you can find meaning and all this good stuff. You can also find terribly sexist and hurtful things. So I tried to help them differentiate. Everyone chooses what they take out of Scripture, but I also don't think that's what the church would have wanted me to be teaching, because to them, they say, no, Scripture is the Word of God. And then they proof text it enough to say, look, we're right, It's
almost inevitable when we bring a former CES teacher on Mormon Stories that their former students come in the comment section and say, hey, that's Brother Davis. Hey, Brother Davis, I was in your 2023, graduating class. It's probably going to happen.
Well, if there are any out there, just know you're awesome. And I've always just tried to teach the best I can. And I think you're great, and I hope you're doing well.
So what's your future?
So, once I realized a career here is just not feasible, we started kind of stepping away from church and church callings and leadership and stuff. I just started putting out feelers when it comes to school district positions. And I mean, granted, I want to say that the leadership, my direct leadership above me in seminary and institutes, has been very kind to me on my way out. They've been in fact, when I brought up all my concerns with this supervisor who was so rough on me mentally and emotionally and super depressed in that phase where you feel like they're casting you as an enemy and like, yeah. So, but they listened to that and they moved me to the seminary at the high school adjacent to the high school right by my house. And so at first I was like, dang, I'm going to have to take a pay cut and commute further. I've been commuting to Bountiful these 5 years, but I got this seminary teaching job right next to my house, but then a math teaching position opened up at the high school right next to my house. And so I'll be teaching just 10th grade math next year and just excited to go back and to teach something that is true.
Wait, math is true?
Yeah. Well, I always always phrased it with my students. I felt like math was the pursuit of truth, right? When you've got an equation, right, you're trying to figure out what you can put in on this side to make this statement true, that this equals that. And so I'll go teach that kind of truth rather than dogma.
And what do you hope happens with this story?
I don't know, because honestly, we're just so fresh in to this phase of life that it's hard to know what will happen. Like, I really appreciate all of the people who've come on Mormon Stories, and even the ones who've come over multiple years. Like, you had them in the past and then they come back, and you kind of get, as someone who never listened to Mormon Stories the first time around, I get to hear this person in 2018 and then that person in 2024, right? And kind of see where their life path has taken them. Because honestly, at this point, I wish I could say, oh yeah, I've deconstructed and life is so beautiful on the other side, and it's relieving. I've been able to get off antidepressants, and I've been feeling better in that sense.
Wait, so leaving the church and deciding to quit this job has helped become less depressed clinically?
Oh yeah. Like I said, I had that really depressed phase in like 9th grade, like early teens, but then I didn't feel that kind of depression until I became a seminary teacher again. And there are a lot of us seminary teachers that it's just hard, and it wears on you, and it's heavy. And so, I've felt positive effects. I've felt like I've been able to move forward and really feel just a lot better about myself and less shame and all that stuff. But I don't know what the future looks like for us. All I'm glad about is that Ash and I broke this down at the same time, because I see so many friends or colleagues. I even had one seminary teacher come up to me after a recent training just like a couple weeks ago, and he heard me sharing my story that, of course, I was still teaching seminary at the time, so I couched it as, my wife is leaving the church. And he heard that, and he was like, ran after me after the meeting, was like, hey, thanks for sharing that. My wife left too. And so I see so many people that it's so hard when one spouse leaves, one partner leaves, and the other doesn't. And I'm just glad, because I feel like Ash was on kind of a collision course with her struggles with polygamy, just that innate feminism in her and so many different things. And so she was going to deconstruct regardless. And I'm just so grateful that I changed my master's to biblical studies, because I honestly feel like it just broke down all of the proof texts that I had used to be harsh, all of the things that I had used to say, well, scripture says, therefore. I just feel like it made me a kinder person. You could say a more Christ-like person, and not, but I'm just so glad that our deconstruction was in sync with each other. And I think I'm so academically inclined that I don't know that I would have been able to deconstruct us alongside Ashley had it not been for all this intellectual kind of helping me realize the church's truth claims aren't what they said they were.
So do you regret working in the CES?
No, not at all. I mean, like I said, it's a pay cut now going back to public ed, but the school district has been very kind to me as well. And I mean, I'm coming in at the master's degree level. I don't know what they'll do with a math teacher with a master's in biblical studies, but there you go. And I'm not sure what I want to do with my degree from here on out. I've got several writing projects that I've started, and I'm just trying to gauge how much of my life in this next era is even going to be able to be dedicated to Mormon studies. Because I have so many people in that field, Matt Harris, like these great scholars who I just look up to so much. And I would love to publish in that field, specifically where there's overlap between Mormon scripture and the study of the Bible, which, like I said, it's Bible fanfic. So there's tons there. But I don't know how much in this next phase I'll dedicate to writing and stuff like that.
I guess you might be grateful that working in CES helped you realize the church wasn't what it claimed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Like
if you value basing your life on truth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I took this detour. I learned some Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, and it was super cool. And I love geeking out on scripture stuff and all that. But I feel like it was a really good detour, mostly because it helped me and my wife. When she started breaking things down, I was able to be there.
Yeah.
I was able to be where she was at, because mine wasn't so much about polygamy and the sexism, because it disproportionately affects women.
Yeah.
Like all of these issues, the church is made for me.
Yeah.
I'm in the leadership positions. I'm giving talks. I'm needed. I'm on the committees. I'm doing all that stuff. The church is made for me as a white middle class man. Like I thrive here. Yeah. And so I feel like the breakdown has been perfect because it put me in sync with Ashley.
Beautiful. Well, thanks, CES.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And it's been a great detour.
Thanks, Church Education System.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, Riley Davis, it's been so great. I mean, literally your last day was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday you're here on Mormon Stories. So we can't, that's almost unheard of. Just about a month ago, I had a guy who worked 30 years as a church employee. And then like the next day he came on Mormon Stories and we recorded the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then he said, I'm afraid I don't want to.
Oh, really?
I don't want to release it. So we didn't release it. So
well,
anyway,
that's courteous.
Hopefully you'll let us release it.
You're good. And yeah, I feel like so many of these things, I had already broken down so much of this previously that I was gratefully able to transition out of CES on my own terms.
Yeah.
And I feel like the more transparency and the more discussion we have on all of these topics, the better. Yeah. And as much as it might hurt, growing hurts. And like, I feel like it's a net gain for the church to have more conversation about these issues because they really are in some ways making progress,
they are.
In some ways. And so it's not enough for me to be able to stay and be like, oh yeah, I endorse this, but I hope more people will keep talking and keep raising issues. Cause like I saw with HR, literally one rogue complaint ended up in a global policy change. Yeah. And so if more people do that, just the better. And so.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, before we end, just want to remind everyone, thank you so much. If you are a donor, you make all this possible. If you value this type of content and you're not yet a donor, just know that we don't do product endorsements. We minimize our ads on YouTube and Spotify and Apple. And all we ask is that you just become a monthly donor, $10 a month, $20 a month, $100 a month, whatever you can afford. We're tax deductible in the U.S. We're transparent in our finances. And we do our best to spend our money providing you with good content. So go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor if you can. Thanks if you're already a donor. You can also help us by subscribing on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, or on YouTube, giving us positive reviews on Spotify and on Facebook and on Apple Podcast, liking, sharing, commenting. We love to hear from you. Please email us at mormonstories@gmail.com. Please comment on these episodes. We'll read the comments and respond. If people want to get a hold of you, how do they do that? Or do you want them to get a hold of you?
I mean, I'm fine if anyone, my email's all out there because I'm working at Layton High next year. And so Riley Davis at Layton High, my email is on there. And so if you want to reach out, you're welcome to.
And your wife's Substack is?
Staying and Straying. And so, I help with the footnotes mostly on some of that stuff. She's got some good stuff on there.
All right. Well, thanks again, Riley Davis, for coming on Mormon Stories. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Thanks to Brooklyn and Julia and Margie, who really help keep the Open Stories Foundation going, as well as the board. But please take care of yourself, and we hope to bring you back to talk about that one.
Heber Snell. Yeah.
Heber Snell.
I'd be happy to. That'd be awesome.
Let's do that episode.
Let's do it.
All right. Thanks, Riley Davis. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.